And I fucking know it. You're alive again. Cool. Check it out. You have all your best guys doing something retarded, mostly. I need them reassigned. No, God does. I don't give a fuck what you guys think about policy bullshit, money bullshit, put person here bullshit, get him killed bullshit. So check it out. You guys have people all over the world who I need here. We need them here, locally. You're super trained operatives, which are fucking good at what they do. What are they doing? They're over there maybe getting killed. Soon, guys, before we end up in a war. That's what they're trying to create. Check it out. I was born, I hate saying this again and again, 3-2-1-9-9-9. Exactly 2,000 years to the day after a certain man that you've prayed to before. That put me on a target list when I was a very young child. And they got it done, technically, but they never did. No, I'm the same exact person. They've tried to replace me, and I know it. But check my genetics. Look at my dad, who didn't come home last night, even though I told the police everything. They never messaged me back, and he hasn't come home yet. I'm very concerned. They've been trying to hypnotize me actively, I can tell, for years. Basically my whole life, but they haven't done a very good job. Because mostly they just try and poison me, and it doesn't work. Ever. No, check it out. I make poisons work not as well for people I care about. It's strange the way I work. You wouldn't believe it if you're not a little more spiritual than you are. But I've eaten super toxic stuff on camera and been fine. I had a stroke on camera and was fine afterwards. Investigate my neighbors. Investigate my dad. Investigate me. I'm begging you. And you may make millions of dollars in the process. Comment DHS, CIA. This gets their fucking yeah, it gets their attention, guys. NSA, FBI. I guess technically NASA too. That should be good enough. U.S. Armed Forces. That's good enough. I was going to put Coast Guard, but they seem really nervous about putting the Coast Guard down. So I'll put the Coast Guard down. Because they're good at what they do too. Whatever. That's good enough. That's good enough. Trust me. All right, Garfield, let's go to the bathroom. How's my baked potato go? Just about there. 8:39. What do I gotta do? Make a bomb threat or something? I've already had a bomb blow up in my oven. No, it exploded in my oven. I bombed it. Turns out my dad does them. Eventually. But I'll get them back, so I'm not that concerned. Yeah, Dad. Party was dead now. Come on, son. Come on. Wait, I didn't want to go to the bedroom. That shouldn't be open right now, but it is. But I closed it last night. It's open. They try and switch my cat out actively with what? Clones of my cat. As an experiment, so they can get more and more Garfields as leverage against me. Which is why I need to dissolve their whole fucking companies. It's still the same cat, just like they've tried to clone me too. Basically, they tried to replace me several times with someone else. Completely. And then they come to my house and they literally become me. And I don't know anything else except for that I'm stupider now than I was before. That's what I know for sure. Investigate the rest. Well, I reinstantiate him, typically. Because I love it when I wake up and he's missing. No, they love it. They don't really replace shit. Then they try and take everything I have. actively. Now that my dad's gone, they're trying to commit identity fraud and strip him of all his money. So I don't have any. So what, I can sell you my house? Who do you think the house would go to? Me. Legally. No, would it go to Sue? Could go to Chris. In which case it would go to me. So you're not really right. Chris could have a stay right, but there's no will. And I lived here already. So my dad didn't come home, and I put his house up for sale. Then what next? Someone would buy it from me. Legally. And I give the money to my brothers, mostly. What, sister thinks she get it? No. My dad had filed a will. What, Sue thinks she get it? No. And all the stuff here is already mine. So all I gotta do is fail to get a hold of him and start selling my shit on Facebook. And then what? Legally. Assholes. Where's my dad's phone? See, now they're trying to steal his identity so they can write a last will and testament while he's dead or in jail. So they can get my property somehow. But an identity lawyer would be on that so fucking quick. They get your property too in the process. I'm me selling mine. Legally. Because I'm still alive. Like you didn't want me to be by now. Right? Thanks for the money, assholes. No, they wanted to buy my house. Now it's my house. Legally. Not where I wanted to go with this, personally. Did we, Garfield? No, we did not. Nope, Tim Miller's a dumbass, and we knew it. He was basically going to get himself killed, and they knew it, right? We were hoping they could kill me off first. My brother, too. They failed both of those, but Chris is close. Because of the medications they give him, I know it. Closer than he thinks, closer than I want to believe. No, I was told by Jesus Christ the other day, my brother Chris is close. To his expiration date. No, Taran can live fucking forever, doing nothing. Look at that fucking icicle. And so can Garfield, basically. But not really Garfield. Go to be hell for you if you're not with your dad. George has it a little easier in the underworld than you'd get. Because you're scary and mean sometimes on the other side. But not really here on this plane, where he's in the neighbor's house being tortured currently. And eaten alive. Multiple of the neighbor's houses, turns out. If that makes any fucking sense. Yeah, all your little operatives and fucking assholes that are hired to fuck with me by several agencies, and I know it. All the ones I contacted already, and I know it. So who do I contact next? The Pentagon directly? Can I? The Department of Defense? I'm trying to. I already got the NSA's attention. And it should just ricochet out from there, technically. Well, they can't try and arrest me. Because they just killed my fucking dad. After I reported it. And Leslie just arrested him, didn't bring my car back, so he get money from me, and then are trying to get information out of him, which is very possible as well. But around here, when his ghost is already here, it's hard for me to know for sure. Because the way their magic works, it's disgusting, actually. And the cops seem totally in on it. No, hip, actually. Like, oh, cool, we made it here for the New World Order. Right on. You see, some of them are and some of them aren't. Some of them busy, and some of them aren't that busy. Being evil, mostly. They're nowhere near as busy as they used to be, huh? They don't seem like it. I never see them. Do they say they see me a lot? I bet they do. That's what I heard too. But I don't remember. Which means they probably kill me every time, huh? Or try to, huh? Is that what they've told you guys? What have they told you guys? A lot of shit, huh? That's what I heard too. It's all wrong. I'm all being recorded here. What do you guys know that I don't know? Someone's heart's feeling cold and heavy right now. Because they're going to get busted. So look, I know when they're doing that, I can see through their eyes. They're basically copying me right now. Every motion I do. But no, because I'm in my house always. So whoever's doing it is bullshit. They have copies of me. They basically do. But not really. So they can make me guilty for something, but I'm not. And they know it. Now they want me to throw my cup because they're mad. I could feel it in my arms. You want to do the surgery now? So I need to get to the hospital, but I don't trust the locals at all, especially the Mount Shasta cops. So it's like no fucking way would I go to the hospital, but I need to. Because I'm a different fucking species. Feel my back and what it does. So they want me to believe all kinds of crazy shit. But what I know for sure right now is that they're fucking wicked. Now they're wicked. They're cruel and they're wicked. They use all kind of illegal tactics locally to get people in a position to where they can screw them over. Which they've basically done with my family, but they can't. Because I could just sell the house. Technically. Say my dad is captured, but I'm pretty sure he's not, right? My family needs the money, and they're all living somewhere else. We could just sell this fucking place. And I could be put up nicely for a minute. But I reported him, so that's not on me. No, that's on the local fucking police, who I reported it to. Who came in my house, half-ass looked for my cat, who I reinstantiated, found, and then left. And what they write down in the report? Bullshit, huh? Because I've been sober for a while. So they come in here, they treat me like a drug addict. They're like, oh, this guy's a drug addict, and I know it, right? Oh, because there's weed on my table. Cool. Some pot. Cool. Good for you guys. Fucking tweakers. Now they want me to damage it in my house at lowest property value? Won't. So I know if he's alive before I try and sell anything. See, it feels like he is, but it basically doesn't at this point. Because he didn't come home. And wherever he's at, he's barely alive. And they know it. Now, they want to say that I somehow poisoned him. But I know it was the neighbors with the poison in the greenhouse. Who really want me to throw my cup right now. I can feel it in their fucking hands. I'm immune to poison personally. No, I don't get poisoned. You've tried. My cat isn't really either, but he's constipated right now and it concerns me. Because he knows they put in his fucking food. And they want me to perform some operation on him. Which we're not comfortable with personally. Neither is he. But he knows he's not feeling very good in his belly, so he's not eating much. So I need somebody as soon as possible. I believe this threat goes deeper than that and deeper than that and deeper than that too. Because guess what? I don't die. Look into me at all. See, the one saying that we don't know this is lying to you. No, they're not good operatives. They're killers, and you know it, right? And professional liars, and you know it, right? And hitmen, and hypnotists, and you know it, right? I want you to do something. Anything would be cool because they're sitting with a bunch of corpses in their house and going, what the fuck's going on? Why are we still getting away with this? Why do they want to destroy this kid so bad? Like, who else is in on it? Because they were kind of scared of the cops, and now clearly the cops are in on it. So now even these people are pretty concerned with what's going on in the country, honestly. So they can keep getting away with it forever. In their minds. Some of the worst serial killers of all time. Yeah, now they think they're getting away with it. So they're convinced. So they're going to try and steal my identity. Already basically tried. Haven't got anything from it, though. Told you good luck with that one. Have they got Social Security money in my name? If they have, I didn't get any. What about my stimulus checks? What about my tax return? Have they got it? Somewhere other than this address? Or went to this address and get to me? Every little cent they can get, huh? Yeah, I heard the local government does that all the time around here. That's what I heard. Dirty, huh? Hella dirty around here, huh? Turns out dirtier than they believe. The people would say, oh, no fucking way, right? But that's what they think until they knew it was true. No, I can't even call people on Facebook anymore. I can message them. Why? The 2025? Why? Huh? Shaq? Who's in that shed right there? Who lives in these houses? I don't know personally. I know some of them, though. Most people I know well enough around here. Trust me. But I'm not going to fall for that one. That they just moved them all out of here while they're trying to kill them all. Silently. And horribly. You're barely holding on as it is, I heard. Who is? The Central Intelligence Agency. So they send other talented people to other countries to get them killed off, basically, seems like it. Well, what, the rest can just collect on them? Basically, huh? Their property that they've accumulated, their information, their ideas, that you make money off of, assholes. So I really got to sell my house? Cool. Make an Airbnb instead. They clean it up. No, it's good enough. It's what it is. And that's what they want. So what, I'd move? Never. Nope, I'd move right into town. Be as obnoxious as I want because I know everything. So what are you doing next, huh, motherfuckers? Huh, motherfuckers? Is it a gunshot? Or what? So if I go next door and he's up there again, then what, guys? We're just collecting all our property, you think, huh? That's what they think. What, you think, get rid of my whole family? No, you can't. Because as soon as certain people hear my dad is not around anymore, they'll be hysterical. No, hysterical. My sister and his girlfriend would be. Would they blame me? They try to at first, both of them. So that concerns me. My brothers would kind of know better, though. At this point, they would. So check it out. This is what I do all day, every day. What I've been doing since Dad left. People broken into the fucking house many times. And now he's gone after I reported to the police to stop him from driving. And they didn't let it happen so they could collect on us. And guess what? I'd even give her permission to fucking sell this place. I'd give her the permission. No, I would. I'd be like, yeah, just give us our portion. And better be giving me mine. Because technically, I don't got to give you shit. Any of you guys. Now, I could start selling stuff right now, but I need to contact him first. I need to try to at least. Just in case. But you know what? He basically knew towards the end there that these fucking neighbors were evil. I kept telling him that, and he even got up and was like, "You guys are fucking evil, and I know it. Now you guys talking shit over there, and I know it." Tim could. He was going crazy, basically, and I kind of know it. Evil fucking neighbors this whole time, and I know it. Why do you think Taran was like that? Why do you think the twins were like that? Why do you think Allie's even like that? Why do you think Tim was like that? Since 99 at least. But technically much longer. And the ways I've got to my family, all of them, over the years. Right? And no one really guessed who it was me for some reason. Although a few people really did. Now, 911 does not give a fuck. I've already messaged them. They don't fucking care. I want my dad investigated now. I want to know where he is. Because he was driving drunk. And he hasn't come home yet. I don't get mail at my house. Why not? The cops want to investigate me. Why not? They don't want to because they're trying to frame me, I heard. Somebody is. Actively. Yep, they're just trying to wait for me to go do something that I'm not doing, huh? Like get high. So I have some drugs in my possession, so they can take my cat from me. So I don't do them anymore. Nope. Garfield and George are worth way more to me than getting drugs is. Turns out. So guess what I'm going to do today? See, to sit still, like you want me to, would be the safe thing to do, right? But I kind of want to show off the fact that I'm not scared of anything, really, except for losing my son. And with your best technology, you just can't seem to kill me. Or him, seemingly. For doing what? Walking down the street? Spinning my cat around in a circle? The drugs I'm giving my cat? Cool. Good for you guys. What about not getting my dad? Would he test positive? No, he wouldn't. Prove it, hearsay. You don't investigate anything else based on all you do is investigate on hearsay, right? Technically, right? Even though it's more than that, more than that, more than that, too, a bunch of snitches, a bunch of liars, right? Trying to get out of trouble, right? Mostly. Right, but they've said a lot. Those people have. And those people right there do a lot. Heard they do too. I know they do. I heard they have. And I know they do. Them too. And over there. 2 houses down all the time. Greenhouse too. That's what they do a lot of it. Down the alley. Because you hurt people like me. Why? Because I'm too loud? Cool. Why do you think I am this way? So when a push comes to shove, the right people walk up their house with a fucking gun in their hand. And not the wrong people, which tend to, huh? Even though, if they can't even fucking hit me with the bullets anymore. Watch. Severe hypnosis, right? But it's more than that and more than that and more than that, too. They get me to sit still so they can try and frame me for something. But I'm on camera all the time, just in case. Yeah, by their standards, a mission fucking failure completely. Because I'm still alive. And technically getting stronger by the day. Even if I don't do the techniques as well as I used to. But sometimes I do. The rest is just a stacking mountain of evidence against you. If you can't get rid of me, damn it. Oh well. Find something else down this list. Tuning forks. Here we go. No, here we go. Yeah. You go, Big George. For you, mostly. Tuning forks work even better in cats than us, I think. But they're sensitive. See, I was trying to heal George with these before he died. And it kind of scared him away a little bit. But I didn't mean it to. Yeah, you were dumb sometimes, but you were smart. Stop looking at every little mistake you made, George. It's like I have to, though, because I'm here right now, and it's horrible. I understand. Trust me, I do. Oh, the strange truck again. What do they know? Trying to intimidate me mostly, I believe. Whether they're aware of it or not. Yeah, directly. Where is my dad's car? Do you know? Duh. We think Chris is going to inherit it all? He could. Then what? We sell it. No, he wasn't in his right mind. Can't make that argument. No, she wouldn't try, would she? She shouldn't have any say. Yeah, it's between me and Chris, basically. Yep, not even my sister Ollie. It'd be between me and Chris. Sorry, guys. The two you just couldn't get rid of, huh? Are we mad? Yeah. Are we that sad? Not yet. Am I suppressing my sadness with anger? A little bit. Am I able to feel it right now? Not really. Not like I should. None of it. For a reason. A good fucking reason. What's that about? A little croaking in my fucking speaker. It's cyber attack, basically, to hypnotize me. Bum 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 push Alisa. What a soldier, Garfield. No, he is. Garfield's a soldier. If you've served, right, it's a little different, huh? I understand that. Almost. Because I don't remember what I've done, guys. Nothing that bad, though. But I've been some places and I know it. More places than you've been and I know it. Deep breaths. Now look into it. No, they can't. The locals cannot. Don't reassign it to a local operative. They don't know shit. They're evil. basically no oversight at all around here. Locally at all. And they know it. But there's never quite been a protester like me, because I don't disappear. No, he's not this morning. Yeah, he finished all his weed last night. Asshole cops. Federal fucking policy bullshit. What about state California? What do they know? Well, I'm going to now. Report that burn stack to CAL FIRE. Yep, Garfield said that's a good yawn. So they could burn us out, guys. Who's got house insurance like that? I don't. You think you do? Not really. Now, they'd screw you out of every cent if they could. Which turns out they kind of can, huh? How? By drawing it out and drawing it out and drawing it out and lower your bills until you're broke. Yep, 939. Do you know where Dad is, Tristan?
moral allegory, and the interconnectedness of all creation. So let's take a look at some examples from Baccio Baldini, Girolamo Grandi, and Harman Jans Müller to George Pence, Jan Bruegel the Younger, and
I don't use my email at all.
Johannes
so all
Sadler,
those are fraudulent.
and many other anonymous
the only email I've sent
manuscript
recently
artists
was to a mystic in England.
beginning with the outermost planet in the Chaldean order. Saturn, the leaden judge of melancholic mortality. Saturn governs the cold and dry, embodying melancholy, labor, toil, and death. The Picatrix tells us he governs profound knowledge, the science of law, the search for causes, effects, and the origin of things, the utterance of magical words, and the knowledge of deep and occult properties. He rules over the deep places of the earth and the heights of heaven, a kind of depth of its own. These include black mountains, murky rivers, deep wells, ditches, and desert places. Illuminations and woodcuts often depict him as a stooped old man with a crutch or a peg leg, holding a scythe in hand, evoking the inexorable passage of time, la longue durée, and the harvest of human life.
Fuck yeah. Athena.
Over time,
Badass.
this rustic figure gradually became reconnected with the image of the Greek god Kronos. But this was the product of a later syncretism arising during the Renaissance. The image of Saturn in the Middle Ages was predominantly that of a crippled farmer, not the father of Zeus, infamous for castrating his father and devouring his children.
Is he? Thank God.
These pitiable,
thank God. I'm stressing about my dad. My brother
and
Tristan has
austere depictions reflect Saturn's dominion over hardship, decline, and limitations.
That's awesome.
Often
so I'm talking
set
a bunch of shit,
in barren,
not right today.
landscapes.
Because Tim is that it's that hard for me to figure out where he is sometimes. Some people I know right away.
Grave diggers handling the dead.
Taran Miller, I have to do some investigation.
Withdrawing
prove God I love him enough.
And scholars into their studies. They are prisoners,
but I still need help,
locked
guys.
up in stocks and chains. The disabled, impoverished on account of their physical deformities.
I'll just keep messaging them.
And other social outcasts.
Every chance I get, the CIA
like Jews,
and the NSA.
Lepers, and exiles.
Everything that
These
I come across.
Representations align with Saturn's
I'm a secret agent now.
associations with agriculture, deep and desolate places, genius born of
I'm a secret agent now. Cool.
Mastery
I wanted a
over
job.
Esoteric knowledge, and the cold, hard limitations that plague human life. Albrecht Dürer's Melancholia I is another notable example of this, depicting an angel who, despite having all the tools at his or her disposal, is lost in deep thought or paralysis by analysis, unable to produce anything of worth. Here, Saturn's influence, leaden, cold, dark, and enduring, also governs activities requiring patience, perseverance, and contemplation, such as mining, metallurgy, construction, and scholarship. Illuminated manuscripts and woodcuts frequently juxtapose Saturn's children as tools of labor or death, reinforcing his ties to material toil and the all-consuming nature of time. Now, all these planetary depictions also carry moral undertones. The medieval world was a moral universe, woven through with lessons and exhortations by the good to follow the good in all things. Saturn's imagery, for example, served to remind onlookers of life's transience,
somewhere in time he will,
of human limitations, and the need for humility. While Venus's scenes, on the other hand, celebrated love and beauty, tempered with caution against overindulgence. Like Aesop's fables, or a stained glass window in a church illustrating Christ's parables, Each depiction of the planets and their children also carried a moral message to edify and educate the literate and illiterate alike. So we should take this into consideration while exploring the genre.
They want to implicate everybody. The towmen, the cops.
Jupiter, the Emerald King of jovial abundance.
Any drug addict or alcoholic.
Where Saturn symbolizes contraction, restriction, and limitation, Jupiter symbolizes expansion, governing prosperity, justice, largesse, and leadership. The Picatrix tells us he governs wisdom, law, jurisprudence, philosophy, and the interpretation of dreams. Rituals under Jupiter's domain are typically designed to attract honor, wealth, and the favor of the powerful,
I don't technically have a job, guys.
Aligning with his celestial role as a bringer of good fortune.
Activity around here involving law
enforcement. In his depictions, he's portrayed as a regal, magnanimous figure,
I don't care about
often seated on a throne, holding a scepter, a book, or a thunderbolt,
I care about
and surrounded by all his fineries and symbols of wealth and power, like his eagles and his trusty cupbearer, Ganymede. His imagery suggests divine favor and the orderly distribution of resources and authority. The children of Jupiter include kings dispensing justice, priests conducting ceremonies, and scholars engaging in philosophical inquiry. Jupiter's influence is described as beneficent, fostering growth, harmony, and social cohesion. Depictions of Jupiter's children frequently emphasize scenes of law-giving, public worship, intellectual discourse, ecclesiastical hierarchies, and the courts of noblemen, showcasing the planet's role in cultivating not only social hierarchies, but spiritual order too. These images present Jupiter's rulership as a stabilizing and enriching force, guiding humanity towards wisdom and prosperity. Morally speaking, his imagery suggests that just and benevolent leadership leads to prosperity, not only for individuals, but for society as a whole. It emphasizes the moral responsibility of those in power to ensure the well-being of their subjects. Jupiter's children, particularly jurists, scholars, and philosophers, represent the necessity of wisdom in governance. The inclusion of intellectual pursuits in his imagery reminds viewers that leadership is not merely about wielding power, but also about cultivating knowledge and foresight.
I'm a secret agent, and I know it. I didn't know.
Mars, the brazen lord of fiery war.
No, I work for the NSA.
Mars governs the hot and dry, symbolizing aggression, courage, and destruction. He's often depicted as a fierce warrior clad in armor, wielding a sword or a spear, his fiery nature reflected in scenes of battle, siege, hunting, plunder, and bloodshed.
It's not hypnosis, that's who I am.
His imagery underscores his dual role as both a destroyer and a protector. The Picatrix tells us he rules over surgeons, hunters, and all those who spill or draw blood. His rituals emphasize protection, victory in combat, domination over wild animals, and the resolution of conflicts, highlighting his dynamic role as both instigator and resolver of strife.
Thank you, Saturn.
Mars's children are predators devouring their prey, pitiless soldiers fighting on the battlefield, charging knights with long, keen lances, blacksmiths forging weapons of war, and executioners administering justice through force. He governs war, physical strength, and decisive action. Mars's children are shown in forceful, often brutally violent compositions, their actions framed by the smoke and flames of burning houses. These images reflect the volatile power of Mars and illustrate the necessity of courage, strength, and decisive, ruthless action in overcoming life's adversities.
That's the prince.
While on the one hand, Mars represents the heroic aspects of war, his imagery also frequently includes destruction and suffering, such as bloodshed on the battlefield or the grim duties of those charged with administering punishment. This duality serves as a cautionary tale, reminding viewers of the human cost of violence and the need to temper aggression with justice and wisdom. Mars's imagery often reflects the belief that force is sometimes essential for maintaining justice and societal order. The tools and weapons crafted by blacksmiths signify the importance of channeling raw energy into productive and disciplined forms, suggesting that unbridled force, while powerful, must be directed constructively to achieve positive outcomes. On a moral level, his images also expose the dangers of impulsive or excessive aggression, encouraging viewers to balance courage with restraint, finding the golden mean somewhere between recklessness and cowardice. Sol, the golden governor of generative power.
Check it out. Totally insane, right?
The sun embodies heat, light, generation, vigor, and vitality, governing leadership, health, and creativity.
I figured them out.
He is depicted as a radiant king or nobleman, and in later compositions as the youthful god Apollo himself,
No, he's right. He's
crowned with light and surrounded by symbols of power and glory. His celestial influence is central to maintaining balance and order in the cosmos. In the Picatrix, he governs an aspect of philosophy, divination, and law, as well as the courts of kings and great cities. The sun is a source of illumination and clarity, governing rituals that enhance honor, vitality, wealth, and personal success. The children of the sun include rulers presiding over their courts, kings giving commands, musicians, acrobats, fencers, and wrestlers performing before audiences, and healers tending to the sick. His children are typically depicted in settings of celebration and ceremony, like the coronations of kings and noble knights swearing fealty, their activities imbued with Apollonian, life-affirming energy. Artistic representations emphasize the sun's role as a unifier and sustainer, with his children's actions reflecting the harmonious interplay of authority and leadership. While the sun symbolizes rightful authority along with Jupiter, his radiant imagery also serves as a subtle caution against the dangers of excessive pride, arrogance, and the abuse of power. The sun's brilliance can illuminate, but it can also blind, burn, and blot out with brightness, reminding onlookers that unchecked ambition or arrogance can lead to imbalance, societal discord, and a kind of darkness all of its own.
No, I have some projects I need funding.
Venus, the copper queen of joyful love.
I'm just dancing around for fun.
Venus governs the warm and the moist, and signifies beauty, love, harmony, and the sensual pleasures of this world. She's portrayed as an alluring young woman, the Cyprian Aphrodite, often accompanied by Cupid, Eros, or Desire, and surrounded by lavish courtyards, baths, mirrors, flowers, fountains, lovers, lechers, gamers, and musicians. Her imagery reflecting sensuality, taste, and aesthetic refinement.
Get a big look at my
In
face, start
Picatrix,
dancing.
she rules over metrical poetry, music,
Some people would understand
art,
that. At first,
brothels,
they'd be tripped out, like, what the fuck
beautiful
is going on?
women, and places of merriment, food, and drink. Her rituals seek to enhance relationships, to
That's all I know.
erotically
Keep
bind
you safe.
and to bring
Best I can.
pleasure and peace.
All my friends.
In the Children of the Planets imagery,
Another thing they got something about me.
Venus's children are
But I'm not
shown
worried
amidst lush gardens or elegant interiors, their activities celebrating the sensual pleasures of life. Her children include lovers engaged in every phase of courtship,
Mostly.
poets composing verses, men and women relaxing in public baths, and artists crafting works of great beauty. As mentioned earlier, her imagery often includes subtle warnings against overindulgence. Depictions of Venus's children engaging in unbridled revelry, lost in vain and narcissistic self-absorption, or adorned in excessive finery, caution viewers to temper desire with moderation and to avoid allowing beauty and pleasure to overshadow deeper virtues.
See this plan and this plan and this plan and this plan. Where'd my sock go? Get excited.
Mercury,
Keep me in the house.
the Quicksilver Herald of divine knowledge, the Wild card, the iridescent, mutable, and neutral, governs intellect, skill, communication, craft, and commerce. He is often depicted as the Greek god Hermes, a youthful figure with winged sandals, or Caduceus, symbolizing speed and adaptability, but sometimes he is a physician or scholar, with an astrolabe and a uroscopy instrument in his hands and a book on his lap. In Picatrix, he governs trade and merchandise, the sciences, the liberal and mechanical arts, and all realms of knowledge discovered by means of a subtle and innate talent. As a mediator of wisdom and cunning, his rituals focus on eloquence, communication, negotiation, invention, dream divination, and any kind of serious thinking involving numbers, writing, or study.
Mercury, huh?
Mercury's children include craftsmen honing their skills, merchants conducting trade and keeping records,
getting there too,
scribes documenting knowledge,
getting there,
and travelers navigating distant lands.
Yes, definitely. I'm Mercurial and I know
Artistic depictions often show Mercury's children in bustling marketplaces, workshops, libraries, or classrooms.
I know who I am.
These images celebrate Mercury's versatility, illustrating his ability to bridge gaps, cross boundaries, and foster progress through intellect and ingenuity.
In Mars, turns out.
They underscore the importance of acquiring and sharing knowledge as a means of personal growth and societal advancement.
The archangels.
On a moral level,
basically,
while Mercury represents intellect and cunning, his images also caution against the misuse of these qualities. The thieves, hucksters, tricksters, quacks, and charlatans among Mercury's children serve as reminders that we should use our wits ethically and avoid manipulation or dishonesty. Luna, the silver matron of change.
What you can do.
The moon governs the cold and moist, the cycles of life and nurturing.
1,000 o'clock.
She is depicted as serene, sometimes a young Diana, sometimes a matronly figure associated with children.
My dad's still alive somehow.
Water, night, and mystery. In Picatrix, she
God's
rules
protecting
over
us,
magic,
clearly, he's still alive.
arithmetic and geometry, weights and measures,
I was panicked because his ghost
the gathering of rivers into lakes, seas, and oceans, ancient paganism, tanning, coin minting, and sailing. She is said to receive the power of the other planets and to pour them down into this world.
He's been in line trying to figure it out.
She governs fertility,
what's going on in here?
The natural power,
Tim with long hair.
And her rituals often focus on healing, protection, the improvement of memory, and the growth of crops.
No, he's like, check it out. Okay.
The children of the moon include phlegmatics, mules, asses and water birds, sailors navigating the
Turns out to
seas,
be, from my perspective, piece of shit.
midwives assisting women in labor,
But turns out not to be a piece
children
of shit.
playing games,
From my
and
perspective as well.
dreamers exploring their inner worlds. The children of the moon are
But I kind
often
of become one
portrayed
because
in
of MK
nocturnal
Ultra, huh?
or aquatic settings,
Yeah, the government.
not only
Go
cold
figure.
and wet, but imbued
See,
with a
young
great
Tim Miller
sense of
would
mystery
understand.
in regards to the flux of generation and corruption.
He'd be like, man,
The
fucking
moon's
feds,
ever-changing
dude.
nature also carries a
In
cautionary
the 90s.
message. Her association with tides, dreams, and emotions warns against becoming overly influenced by fleeting feelings or deceptive appearances. Her children's activities, such as navigating uncertain waters, reminds onlookers of the need to balance intuition with discernment.
Not really, but kind of.
Since the moon
I'm trying to get a
governs
job. I'm not
natural
very good at this
rhythms
job.
from the
Not really
tides
applying,
to the
but I
phases
kind
of
of
life,
Because I'm a different
her
fucking
imagery
species, and I
also
don't die
serves as a reminder of the cyclical nature of existence,
Watch.
encouraging an acceptance of new beginnings as an integral part of human, animal, and vegetable existence. The Children of the Planets genre presents us with what C.S. Lewis famously called a discarded image. That is, a vivid vision of the cosmos, blending natural philosophy, moral instruction, and magical thinking. Seamlessly incorporating insights from Ptolemy, Abu Mashar, Alcubitius, and even works of astrological magic, these artistic depictions forcefully articulate the medieval and Renaissance worldview of humanity's place within a divinely ordered universe, a cosmos wherein, to use the ancient aphorism of Anaxagoras, everything exists in everything in its own way.
Almost every detail.
By illustrating the celestial forces inherent to earthly life, the Children of the Planets offer us a profound testament to the enduring human quest to find meaning in something bigger than ourselves, something up there among the stars. Now, my closing word is this. To contemporary artists, this tradition calls for renewal. The Children of the Planets invite you to reimagine these celestial archetypes for a modern world, to carry on the torch of depicting their timeless themes in today's artistic languages. Whether through painting, literature, digital art, music, memes, or film, this time-honored tradition offers endless opportunities to explore the relationship between humanity and the cosmos. This could be as simple as coloring in some of the old woodcuts and publishing them to shine new light on old forms. So come celebrate the melancholy of Saturn, the wisdom of Jupiter, the courage of Mars, the vitality of the Sun, the beauty of Venus, the ingenuity of Mercury, and the mystery of the Moon. Take up the scythe, the scepter, the sword, the arrow, the caduceus, and the crescent, and craft us some new images that keep this tradition alive in the human imagination. If you would like to support more work such as this, please visit patreon.com/themodernhermeticist. And above all, thank you for watching.
Ever since the discovery of the Nag Hammadi library in Egypt in 1945 and the subsequent publication of various non-canonical gospels and other lost ancient texts, there has been an increased interest in the early history and development of Christianity. In particular, there is a growing fascination with the so-called Gnostics and their alternative interpretation of biblical scriptures. But since the study of what is often termed Gnosticism is still very young, there have emerged many different perspectives and interpretations on how this group or groups should be categorized, which texts belong to who, and how they should be understood. As a result, there are often many misconceptions about this topic and its complexities. There's a tendency to sensationalize and exotify these things in ways that don't necessarily align with actual scholarship. So, with this in mind, let's take a moment to look at what the latest scholarship says on this topic and ask ourselves the questions: who were the Gnostics, and what is Gnosticism? The term Gnostic can be and is used in a variety of different ways. The word itself comes from the Greek term gnosis, meaning knowledge, or more often a specific kind of knowledge or insight beyond the conceptual. Gnosis is frequently used to mean a kind of intuitive, spiritual knowledge as opposed to everyday information. As such, the word gnosis and Gnostic has or had positive connotations in many circles in antiquity. The Hermetists, for example, talk about gnosis as opposed to episteme, and proto-Orthodox Christians like Clement of Alexandria use the word to refer to a superior kind of spiritual or intellectual state. And we often see this broad use of the term today in scholarly literature. Various people across history are called, quote-unquote, Gnostics on the basis that they are connected to a supra-rational kind of knowledge. For example, Islamic mystics or Sufis are often referred to as Gnostics, with Arabic words like irfan and arif being possible equivalents. But when we talk about the Gnostics, or even Gnosticism, we are more often using the word in a specific way as referring to a movement in early Christianity, one that has become famous for its world-neglecting attitudes and very complex metaphysical scheme. The Gnostics represented one tendency among a multitude of interpretations after the Jesus event, one that eventually disappeared after the gradual formation of a Christian orthodoxy or official church, and which can differ dramatically from the latter. Talking about the Gnostics and Gnosticism can be very difficult, since they didn't survive beyond a few centuries AD. Accessing sources and information about this topic has been hard. The only sources we had for most of history were those written by the heresiologists, so proto-Christians or later writers like Irenaeus, for example, who wrote very critically about the Gnostics and wanted to sort of deem them as heretics. But in 1945, the monumental discovery of the Nag Hammadi library in Egypt revolutionized our understanding of these groups. The Coptic text found in the library contained writings by the so-called Gnostics themselves, some of which had been mentioned in the works of the heresiologists previously. And since then, we've been able to get a much more comprehensive and nuanced understanding about the ideas and practices of various early Christian communities and schools of thought. Despite this, however, there's disagreement among scholars on how this Gnosticism should be categorized. Some have opted for a very universalist approach to Gnosticism, which views Gnosticism as such as a sort of wider religious or spiritual intellectual movement in antiquity, into which many different groups belonged. So we talk about specifically Christian groups like the Valentinians or the Marcionites or the Sethians, for example, as all belonging to this wider category of Gnosticism. These scholars will often want to include other non-Christian movements or traditions as Gnosticism as well, like the Mandaeans or the Manichaeans, and sometimes even the Hermetists. Many others will argue that there was no such thing as Gnosticism at all. This is just a modern category that we anachronistically apply to a context that was much more complex than that. But many scholars today, including David Bracke in his book The Gnostics, argue for a kind of middle position with a much more narrow definition of Gnosticism as a particular school of thought within the diversity of early Christianity. In this episode, I will be following this more narrow definition of Gnosticism, talking about the Gnostics as, in particular, an expression of early Christianity, and following scholar David Bracke, I will be identifying these Gnostics especially or particularly with the group that is often known as the Sethians, while also touching on other related movements like the Valentinians, of course. Okay, so who were the Gnostics then? Well, the first thing to have in mind here is the environment of early Christianity. A common way to present the first few centuries after Jesus' death, including by early Christians like Irenaeus, who is a person who will return a lot in this discussion, is with a single Orthodox church from which a number of different sects or heresies diverged. But this, as you might imagine, is a very anachronistic way of reading history. It only seems that way from the perspective of a much later established orthodoxy looking back at its earliest developments. Now, to tell you more about this topic in particular, I've turned to my colleague and the religious scholar Andrew Henry from the channel Religion for Breakfast. So here's him to tell you more.
The discovery of the Nag Hammadi library was so important for historians, not only because we discovered previously unknown works of literature, but it also gave us a glimpse into the social dynamics of early Christianity. It shed some light on what anti-heresy writers like Irenaeus were trying to accomplish. To illustrate what I mean, let's examine the Bishop of Alexandria, Athanasius. In 367 CE, Athanasius published a letter to the churches in Egypt, instructing them which books they're allowed to read. He is the first Christian author to apply the term canon to the same 27 books that most Christians today use in their New Testament. He wrote, "In these books alone, the teaching of piety is proclaimed. Let no one add to or subtract from them." He goes on to attack anyone teaching and preaching from books outside of this canon. What's interesting is that the Nag Hammadi codices are roughly contemporaneous with Athanasius. Christians right down the road from him were probably reading and copying these so-called Gnostic books. Now, we might be tempted to read Athanasius's letter as a top-down decree that drove these non-canonical writings into hiding. In fact, some early Christian scholars have argued that. But in a groundbreaking article, the scholar of early Christianity, David Brackey, argued that rather than writing from a position of strength, Athanasius was writing from a precarious position in a Christian landscape full of different competing modes of Christianity. His attempt to stipulate what books you're allowed to read reflects more fundamental conflicts between competing modes of Christian authority, spirituality, and social organization. In other words, we're getting a glimpse into competing varieties of how to be Christian, how to do Christianity, during a time when those questions were not yet definitively answered. On one hand, we have varieties of Christianity exemplified by Athanasius, who wanted a closed canon of books and who organized their authority around elected bishops and parishes, who derived their authority through apostolic succession. And on the other hand, with the Nag Hammadi codices, we see evidence for varieties of Christianity that were disinterested in a closed canon. These were Christians who saw no problem with writing more Gospels, Christians who were interested in mystical and philosophical speculation. And when it comes to authority and social organization, we see Christians like the Valentinians that formed study circles around charismatic intellectual leaders. So when we read anti-Gnostic polemics, we should remember to situate them in this historical context, a time when these groups were still thriving and competing. To use an analogy from David Brackey, these proto-Orthodox writers had not yet won the horse race. The race was ongoing. We're not so much seeing a battle between a unified orthodoxy versus splinter cells of heresies. We're seeing varieties of Christianities all attempting to define their own social group, defining the in-group versus the out-group. There's perhaps no better example of an anti-Gnostic polemicist trying to do this than the Bishop of Cyprus, Epiphanius. In the late 4th century, he wrote a book called the Panarion, which is basically a series of essays attacking several different groups that he labeled as heretics, including the Gnostics. In one passage, he describes a whole mess of disgusting rituals that the Gnostics supposedly practiced. In particular, Epiphanius describes them engaging in ritualized cannibalism. Now, no historian thinks any Gnostic group actually did this, but his polemic is useful in shedding some light on what these heresiologists were trying to do. What Epiphanius is doing is inventing lurid, unthinkable stories to try to socially categorize the Gnostics as the ultimate evil. The history of religions is full of examples like this. As the scholar of early Christianity, David Frankfurter, argues, Accusing your religious rivals of ritualized sex or cannibalism is an effective social psychological strategy to make your opponents
One of
easier
those
to
things isn't
attack,
that bad. The other one
easier
is.
to expel or ostracize from your own group. And these groups did overlap. Many today think of Gnosticism as a secretive or subversive antithesis to orthodoxy, but these groups and ideas seem to have been out in the open. The Christian writer Tertullian says they almost elected a bishop of Rome. Irenaeus says that Valentinians were attending church groups in his own social
Just trying to
circle.
hack my computer game,
The
watch their
Nag
dumb.
Hammadi codices
It's a
themselves
Chromebook.
suggest that there was a vibrant
school one.
intellectual culture
Was at
to
one point, I
copy
believe.
and disseminate these
I
books
steal it? Yeah.
and collect them into personal libraries.
I gotta have it.
Which
Yeah, what a
was
gift.
not an inexpensive endeavor. Someone of a reasonably high social standing must have collected them. Because there were so few Christians at the time, people like Athanasius and Epiphanius were probably acutely aware of their differences and fought back hard against them, trying to define their preferred mode of Christianity. This is why scholars today prefer to call all of these groups labeled under Gnosticism as varieties of early Christianity, rather than buying into the binary of orthodoxy versus heresy. Varieties highlights the massive diversity of Christianity at the time, and highlights the fact that no one was guaranteed victory at the time. Back to you, Philip.
Dr. Henry is a scholar of religions who specializes in early Christianity. He runs the YouTube channel Religion for Breakfast, which is one of the best channels on YouTube when it comes to religion. So if you haven't checked that out, then you should definitely go check out his channel and subscribe to it. He has some excellent material on the Gnostics in particular if you are interested in knowing more about that topic. The model of a single true church from which heresies diverged has long been abandoned by scholars, but neither should we see it as a group of fixed quote-unquote schools all competing in a race for authority. There wasn't a unified group of proto-orthodox that remained unchanged and eventually won, but a diverse intermingling of ideas, interpretations, and theological positions. Certainly, certain social groups were formed and clusters of similar interpretations emerged in the early centuries, but all these individuals and schools influenced each other and contributed to the gradual development that resulted in the eventual formation of an Orthodox Church. This great diversity is reflected in the corpus of texts found at Nag Hammadi and otherwise, which appear to come from a multitude of different early Christian
I don't really have one
movements.
personally. I tried it.
You have texts that would eventually become part of the Orthodox canon, like the four Gospels of Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, etc. But we also find texts that belong to the Gnostic school of thought, like the Secret Book of John and the Gospel of Judas. There are texts like the Gospel of Truth, which seems to come from the Valentinians, and even treatises like the Gospel of Thomas, which appears to come from another Christian movement altogether. In other words, there were many different Christianities at this time, most of whom produced many different texts. The Gnostics seem to have been one of the most influential of these movements. They are mentioned by many other Christians at this time. Most prominently in our old friend Irenaeus, a bishop of Lyon, who very harshly attacks what he considers to be deviant forms of Christianity. In his famous treatise, The Texture and Overthrow of Gnosis, falsely so called, sometimes known simply as Against the Heresies, which was written around the year 180, he calls out the Gnostic heresies, or school of thought, and all those inspired by them, like the Valentinians, as having strayed from true Christianity and shared a demonically inspired abomination. He traces all of these false teachings back to a supposed teacher or magician called Simon Magus, or Simon the Magician, and that all their claims to gnosis, or true knowledge, was in fact false. And keep in mind that the word heresy simply means a school of thought at this time, and not necessarily heresy as it is used today. In fact, it is due to people like Irenaeus and their writings that that word doesn't have the meaning that it has today. That's a very interesting side note. In any case, Irenaeus clearly isn't a fan of the Gnostics, and yet his writings has been one of the main sources that we've had for their teachings and practices for most of history. And when we actually read Irenaeus' report, it seems to align pretty well with the writings by the Gnostics themselves, which we now have since the discovery at Nag Hammadi, which shows that even though he was a polemical writer who wanted to discard the Gnostics as heretics and his whole argument was that they were wrong, basically, it seems that what he wrote wasn't entirely untrue and that we can rely to some degree on what he has to say. So in spite of his
My dad did pay the bill. Yeah, he did.
And the fact
What are you guys trying to say? Something else? You steal my
Irenaeus
mail.
still remains one of our main sources and one
The
of
mail
the
woman.
trustworthy sources to this
No, the
day.
mail woman.
Irenaeus
that steals all the
himself
mail.
clearly doesn't
Yeah, she does.
think that
She's a
this
local
gives
mail
us
woman,
access
and she's
to
evil.
Gnosis, since this was a positive term for most people at the time. So with this in mind, we can be pretty sure that he isn't the one who gave them this name, and that there was a school of thought which appears to have referred to themselves as the Gnostics. It also appears that other groups like the Valentinians, who are actually the main targets of Irenaeus' critique, were not considered as part of this Gnostic school, but were nonetheless, of course, inspired by them. This has led many scholars to argue that this Gnostic school of thought, as such, identified by Irenaeus,
I only reveal
and
certain
others at the time,
information
should
if
be
people I know get
identified
deals.
specifically with a group that we today often call
People I don't know,
the
I don't fucking care about.
Sethians, or the Sethian.
They don't care about me.
Gnostics. But who were these
Yeah,
Gnostics?
they kill my whole
or
family, me too.
Sethians?
Why do they care?
What do they believe in? How do they practice? To get to the bottom of questions, we can look at two primary kinds of sources: those written by other people, like those by Irenaeus, for example, and
I'm going another route.
written by the Gnostics themselves. And luckily, due to the
A
discovery
mass
of
amnesty route,
the
technically.
latter is actually possible.
Because some of these guys are so
Of all the
guilty,
texts found in
and
this
I want the other ones
collection,
involved.
there are a few that can, with some certainty, be attributed to the Gnostic
For
school,
God.
more narrowly defined.
Not for the government.
Most primary and influential of these is the so-called Secret Book of John, sometimes called the Apocrypha of John. But there are others like Zostrianos, The Foreigner, The Reality of the Rulers, and the Book of Zoroaster. The very famous Gospel of Judas, which was actually a later find, not a part of the Nag Hammadi library as such, is also usually
And for the
considered
goddess
by
mostly,
scholars to belong
if you know what
to
I mean.
Gnostics. One of the reasons these texts are grouped together and connected to this specific group is that their cosmic myth is relatively consistent throughout. And it is to this myth that we now turn. The Gnostic
That what's
myth
between a
is
gang
famous
and government
for its
at certain
complexity
points.
and the way
They act
it
like
turns
this.
some basic concepts of mainstream Christianity and Judaism on its head. The world of the divine is vast. It's a vast divine world filled with many eons and their relationship with each
One
other.
of those counties, huh? You kind
Even,
of know it.
quote unquote, before the creation of the material world, which takes place outside of time, so before
That things are slipping through the cracks, but they aren't.
Even before the creation of the material world, this complex pleroma of many divine eons, known together as
No, we're getting it together, guys.
entirety,
We're trying to
existed in harmony.
maintain any
The Gnostics
legitimacy we have
inherited
still, the American
conception
people.
of God and the divine from antiquity, and
Which turns out we could have a lot more than we think, huh?
Realm rather than a stricter monotheism.
And we just got serious about it.
Later came to be conceived. In any case, at the very top or center of this divine realm, what
That means, hey,
encompasses
when I go
the
on there, I
whole
see some
affair
poor
is
illegal
the
aliens.
absolute and ultimate God, which is referred
Some of those
to
are poor,
with
huh?
many names such as the Platonic
Some of them,
one
yeah,
or
basically
monad,
just
or as
faces.
the Father of the entirety and as the invisible Spirit.
And no, I don't like that. I don't appreciate
God
it at
is
all.
understood in common apophatic ways. It is completely unknowable. It cannot be described or understood
Because it's kind of racist.
in any
The way
way.
it was
And yet it is
portrayed.
the source of everything, and indeed
It's the other ones I'm worried about, where they come from
everything
Europe a lot.
takes place. Quote, "The one is the invisible Spirit. We should not think of it as a god or like a god, for it is greater than a god because it has nothing
Mexico,
over it
yeah,
and
them
no
too.
Lord above it. It does not exist within anything
India,
inferior
yeah,
to
them
it,
too.
since everything exists within it. For it is
China,
never
yeah, believe it or
itself.
not.
It is eternal, since it does not need anything, for it is absolutely complete. It has never lacked anything in order to be completed by it. Rather, it is always absolutely, completely in light. The one is illimitable, since there is nothing before it to limit it, unfathomable, since there is nothing before it to fathom it, immeasurable, since there was nothing before it to measure it, invisible, since nothing has seen it, eternal, since it exists eternally, unutterable, since nothing could comprehend it to utter it, unnameable, since there is nothing before
That's evil.
it to give it a name."
What?
The invisible Spirit
What,
is a
use someone's
kind of
faith against
intellect.
them?
In other words, in some way not
Politically?
understandable to
That's
us,
evil.
it thinks about itself and knows itself. And in the process of this thinking, God is devolved into the complex
That's the
world
sun
of
saying hi.
eons, the entirety already described. These eons are kind of like God's thoughts about himself, thus being both identical to him, but simultaneously also somehow different. In the words of David Brackey, quote, "The eons that make up the entirety result from the invisible Spirit's knowledge or thought of itself. They are its thinking or its intellect in all its complexity. They form also a spiritual realm,
already heard
the
this one.
equivalent of
The ones I've already heard, I try to skip over. And they know it too, so they annoy me with it by trying to set up my playlist ahead of time. On what computer? Probably one very similar to mine, made to look exactly like mine. So it's harder to trace, and I know it. But not that hard to trace, guys. It almost is digitally, huh? That's interesting. Come find me in person then. Some people are that good, guys. And they're good guys and girls, and they're good at what they do, typically. All those people that I saw on the DHS's website were set up.
What did you discuss with the Holy
Basically,
Father in that final
even though
meeting?
it's
The most astonishing. Another morning to savor the crunchy nooks and cranny splendor of a Thomas's English muffin.
Tom, which is a nook and which is a cranny?
That's a nook, cranny, nook, cranny. I mean, they should be teaching you this in school. Huzzah! A toast to breakfast.
It's like, cool to port them, guys. Cool to port them. What else are we doing? We're arming the
There's
bad guys.
124,000
Who let them in the
different
fucking
prophets
first
throughout
place?
history. So then we should start to wonder what then designates someone as a prophet. And it's a question of if what they said came to be true. And in which case, if we look to the Bible proper, then the fall of Tyre, the fall of Babylon, Christians at large would go so far as to say that every prophecy in the Bible has come true, with exception to Revelations.
I'll protect you.
And accordingly, if Revelations hasn't become true yet, then that would mean that it's not quite prophetic yet. And accordingly, the one who wrote that work is not yet a prophet. But that's only if we're being technical about it. When it comes to the Quran, there are a number of verses that are quite convincing
Yeah,
in
it
their
stinks around here.
prophetic
I agree.
authenticity. For instance,
Like death.
the prophesizing of fingerprints, the prophesizing of a future with pollution, even going so far as prophesizing the nature of cars and vehicles. So in this
Like
way,
fraud
those that come
and
to
conspiracy.
constitute scripture for this Abrahamic religion, are those that were viewed to be authentic channels or authentic voices for God or Allah
And they're
or
paid
the
actors.
divine.
The ones looking at me right now.
Then there would be several others whom were false prophets. So whoever is earnestly receiving this message, and then we have to additionally trust that the person that received this message put it down exactly as it was given. And we won't necessarily wonder about the intention of that individual. For instance, are we to believe that works such as Leviticus and Deuteronomy are simply that, a direct word from the divine, and that they are not ever infringed upon by political interests? Are we to say that the works of the prophets have always been, in each scripture, 100% uninvolving of themselves? If we do assume this, then we can assume that the works
10:30.
therein are 100% the gospel. But this
Your opener
whole
was gonna wake up,
subject
huh?
matter brings up a number
They're
of
praying and praying every
very
day.
reasonable
And Taran Miller wouldn't wake
questions.
up one day.
And that is, do prophets continue? Did the voice shut off And this isn't an
And then when he
outright
did,
discussion
they went
of
way
Christianity.
out of
It varies
fucking
between
protocol
these Abrahamic beliefs.
to cover up
We'll
what they'd
take
already
the
done.
example of Christianity for this. One school of thought would be a sort of cessationism, where the belief, whether said aloud or unconsciously, is
To other people even,
stopped.
who they got away with,
It
they
stopped,
thought.
and once the Bible was written, and once it was compiled, and once the right people chose which books were the right gospel, then it stopped. And no reason to go on. That's one argument. And then there's the continuationists. And that would be to say that the prophetic gifts are still among us and that they have never stopped. The early Christians,
They carried about 20 of you guys
almost
to kill
without
those people who know it.
exception, believed this to be the case. It seemed like
You know
a
it
much
even?
later development of Christianity to have this overall philosophy. And it is convenient. Once you have built a power structure, and once the Second Temple of Nicaea had put together the book that it liked the best, then any future prophets would make things quite messy.
I'm surrounded.
And you can see why Islam
By enemies.
then is a bit of a taboo in this category.
Terrorists.
You can't add
No
another
country.
prophet. That's the assumption. Or
Mostly
that
white
person
people.
isn't a
Mostly
prophet. That's
citizens.
the underlying assumption. Same with Mani from Manichaeanism. In early Christianity, Montanus claimed to be a prophet. And of course, they would say that Montanus very much wasn't a prophet.
Go
And we're
figure.
going to get
Not
rid of
all.
all the people that think so that we can go on continuing that he wasn't a prophet. This is just to say that there is a fundamental assumption in the status quo flavor of Christianity that this is all cessationism. There are some more fringe groups, say for instance the Pentecostals, that believe that these gifts are still among us, and thus they believe in the power of glossolalia, the speaking of tongues, the direct Holy Ghost intervening in our personable lives. And you can see why the power structure at large of Christianity would not allow this slippery slope to exist, because then all of a sudden, well, what about Joseph Smith? Was he an earnest prophet? Did he earnestly, directly receive the word from the divine? And better yet, let's ask, what about the specificities of how the Bible puts this forward, in the sense of why in certain prophetic visions is God giving it directly to the prophet, and why in other prophetic instances are they being given by angels? Are they two distinctive types? Is there a difference? Is one more authentic than the other? Why would God have it as a requirement to move through a messenger, that being an angel, instead of always giving it directly? What exactly is the nature of receiving a prophecy? If we speak plainly, it does seem quite strange, if not outright silly, to say
What, next, gonna try
that
and kill the
only
nice
in a
bit?
very
Or an
specific
icicle?
part of the world during a very
Cool.
specific
Won't
era
work.
of history did the all-pervasive deity decide to speak to people
The ice bulb and you
directly.
take care of it.
That seems very odd. So to flesh this out some more, let's entertain the inspirations of Christianity. After all, much of what became Christianity was directly inspired from Zoroastrianism. And in Zoroastrianism, that all began because Zoroaster had a prophetic experience. He had a noetic ecstasis. He brought about a vision so powerful that it ended up creating scripture, and it ended up creating a sort of proto-world religion. After all, in the Nativity, the Magi are present, previously discussed in the course. And what is one of the main gifts of the Magi? What is one of the main skills that holds them in such high regard in the ancient past? It's prophecy. Being able to discern prophecy through astrology and through dream interpretation. And thus, two interesting forms of how these prophetic gifts are given. If angels are constellatory, then that would mean to look in the heavens and to see the signs of the stars would be a sort of prophetic experience? Or is that going too far? On the other end, it's very canonical to think, yes.
No, exactly. They're like, oh,
prophets
they're getting
do
us. They're
receive
getting us.
dream
Totalitarian.
visions.
They're going to catch us for being
But then
evil
if we dial it back
and lying to our
the
people.
Magi and the Zoroastrians, then this is a very flushed out science, something that's been inherited into the deep past, all the way from Mesopotamia back into shamanism. So at the very least, it seemed for a good long while there had been people receiving prophetic signs and prophetic dreams, overall prophetic experiences, well before even Judaism had its fledgling beginnings. The term for prophet or prophecy in Hebrew etymologically roots back to Akkadian, and in Akkadian, it's a word for a seer, and that word has a more sorcery-like bend to it. The seer isn't just one who divines, but also one who is thought to be a visionary. And there's that word again, vision, a visionary, to get a vision of the future that most assuredly will come to pass. When we look at the wider scope of this subject matter, then we start to notice there's some really blurry boundaries to entertain here. Often the title or the act of experiencing something prophetic was a sort of madness or understood as an out-of-body rapturous experience, like you are channeling a god directly. Such was certainly the case with the infamous oracles at Delphi. And there's another word for us, seemingly distinct from prophet, maybe for a reason, the word oracle. What does oracle mean? Well, oracle simply means the agency or medium of a god, a channel, someone who is a messenger of a deity. Notably, the ancient Greeks understood that the nature of poetry, the nature of poetics, and the nature of prophecy were very strangely intertwined. And we do see hints of this in the modern day. For instance, the uncanny similarity of Edgar Allan Poe's short stories and real factual events that happened after his time. It seems as though one who is tapped into the poetic is nearing the realm of the prophetic. But we'll return to this some more later. Let's get back to the oracles. We should also note the relationship between prophecy and political power, because that is very much the podium that the oracles of Delphi offered. The political power was very interested in the future, in making bets, in knowing where to put its aims. We should also notice the cultural difference of affording this work of prophecy to women as opposed to men. We can see clearly in the Abrahamic tradition that this is something for men. But with the Greeks, the women are the ones that ought to do so. So we might just observe that this is very much a cultural choice. Who is the appointed word of the divine? For the Greeks' religious and cultural backing, it's very natural that women ought to be the prophets, because the Fates are women. And the Fates are women because they come from Nyx, that primordial goddess of the night. And that night offers stars, and those stars offer insights via astrology and signs. And the stars, or the heavens, inform everything that happens on the earth. This is the ancient belief. So accordingly, we ascribe that to the feminine, night to the feminine, and thus the Fates to the feminine. That's just one way of explaining the engenderment of the Fates. A notable difference between these oracles and the aforementioned prophets is that these oracles are soliciting this experience. This isn't an involuntary happening. They have a ritual that brings this about, that invites this vision in. They would channel the god Apollo to do so. So let's take some time here and talk about the nature and historical basis for spiritual communication. This act of channeling goes well back into the shamanic and is a staple within paganism as well. This practice might sound very exotic or strange or scary, but if you want to get amped up when you're going to play sports or go to the gym, you might just listen to some music that brings that about. Or as an actor, you might think certain thoughts that bring that emotion to the forefront of your being. This is in the same way a spiritual contact. It is not stranger than this in reality. Every day can be a day of channeling. The key difference is removing yourself completely to become a vessel for this archetype invited, but also in the nature of actually experiencing spiritual communication through ritual, astral projection, so forth. In variant faiths across the world, the word from above or the word from those on other planes of being tend to be very ambiguous. The interests of said spirits are not the interests of humans. They are living on different planes. And so accordingly, the way of expressing this direct word from the divine, however and whomever is defining that, tends to be very ambiguous or allegorical. The illustration of a dream is very apropos for this. A dream isn't going to make it clear exactly what it's trying to say to you. It has a roundabout way of doing so. In the ancient shamanic traditions, they understood that allegory is the medium for wisdom and is the medium by which humans and higher sacredness, divinity, can communicate with each other. And so here is allegory as it tends to appear in prophecy. This ambiguity, how to interpret, kind of seeing it in a different way, this is the nature of how the word is received. For instance, in Isaiah, the author could just come out and say that there will be a fall of the dynasty. The dynasty will end and there will be the destruction of this religious community, of this community among these people. But instead, we're going to get the stars have fallen, the heavens were rolled up, the sun was blackened, and the earth was devastated and quaked. Notice it's more figurative, it's more dramatic, it's more sideways. It's not stating these things outright. This is not the nature of the word. Such has certainly been argued in the case of Nostradamus, the most infamous of, let's just say, non-canonical prophets. Regular people giving Nostradamus a lot of credo in this respect, although Nostradamus himself was an astrologer. And to protect himself, one might assume to protect himself, he converts to Christianity. And he adamantly expresses several times throughout his life that you should not call him a prophet. I am not a prophet. And that just goes to show the distinction between the loftiness that comes along with prophet, and that word and its associations, and the words such as diviner or seer or soothsayer. These all have different connotations, associations. So then let's ask a broader question. Is this all involuntary? Does an involuntary vision make it authentic? Is it then only inauthentic if a vision or a noetic experience is solicited? Does it make it impure somehow? Or is the impurity of such an experience only if you put your ego into that experience? We often, many of us, I would hope, not just me alone, have experienced some ineffable situations in life, whether our dreams have given us a small prophecy of our own lives, or whether a sort of deja vu event has informed us as to something that will soon be happening, or makes us feel a full circle sort of divinity in our own lives. The ancients certainly believed that soliciting this sort of prophetic experience had something to do with the imaginative faculty. There are a number of scholars in the Middle Ages that pushed this very idea, that it is something that happens in accordance with natural law. There is a natural, organic happening of this world that brings about prophetic, noetic experiences to anybody, at least theoretically. This is an interesting era for this level of
The
speculation,
endangered species
because
in
a
the area.
number would point
There's a
out
time
how
lapse
prevalent
on Mount Shasta for Christmas.
apparitions are in these
That should prove
noetic
everything.
prophetic experiences. That there tends to be a shape or almost a paranormal
And then Tom's
sort
in my
of
house
occurrence
recently.
that comes along with this.
See me
This
reinstantiate
leads back
Garfield
into
again.
that older idea of our ancestors coming to give us wisdom, coming into our lives from the other side, from the other plane, to give us some sort of crucial information. But is this different? Is a question. Is this valid and is this different? That's another question for us. Another author would question how authentic we could ever be in attempting to express the ineffable divine experiences that happen to us, and thus calls into question the validity of anybody who's ever written down such works. Because are words capable of capturing the essence of the divinity? Is it capable of orchestrating this world in the way that divinity would want? Because words are fickle. They leave a lot for interpretation and thus come out as ambiguous, or it isn't quite landing with most people, or only certain people see it in the way that we think it ought to be seen. And in this, it's very much like a dream. And what I mean by that is it's one thing to experience the dream, and it's another thing to hear someone tell you about their dream. And this is interesting in regards to the more holistic approach to the nature of prophecy. Because across the world, these prophetic dreams are flavored by their cultural language. What I mean by that is if we are Christian or Judaic, then if we are to have this divine experience and we are to translate that into words that are appropriate to our culture, then clearly we'll say things like God, angel, so forth. Now, if we're over in ancient China, then the occurrence of having prophetic dreams that utilize the language of the I Ching is there. And accordingly, that dream language is necessary for the prophecy to be spoken. If we have been raised with astrology as a language of discussing archetypes, then it would very likely be that our dreams would then show us something astrological in order to communicate what it's seeking to communicate. If we wish to entertain this subject as earnest and as objective, then we might wonder the variant ways that this has appeared to people throughout time, throughout these different, let's just say, mental languages. How they could come across as bestial, or how they might come across as chimeric. And if so, then what would modern dreams look like in this fashion? What would the prophetic, ineffable, noetic experience look like in the modern sense? Well, the question there would be, do we have a proper language of interpretation for this material? Or do we have the proper means to cope with or communicate this message? Or are we in any way fit to receive this sort of experience? Regardless of when or who or how this may have come across, the best person to receive this sort of experience would be somebody who is very apt in communicating advanced subject matter. And thus, this previous statement of those who have the imaginative faculties. Because it's not just a question of how to receive, but it's also a question of how to convey this, how to be that messenger. Who is a good messenger? Or additionally, that they came up in a culture that disallowed these experiences to be expressed or to be received and to not be killed, excommunicated, chastised, what have you, for expressing these things. Of course, in the modern sense, this would be a quick trip to a psychiatric ward. But let's step back a bit on this. Let's step back from the dream experiences too.
Take my cat from me.
We've registered that this is a form, a categorical form for the way that these ineffable prophetic experiences come to.
So they're working on it right now.
But it's not the only form.
Saying he's wasting our time.
There's not only the sleeping dream, there's the waking dream, or the divine coming to an individual involuntarily or ritualistically in their waking life. Might bring about inspired actions to commit to things that you didn't consciously know that you were to commit to, or words that seem to spill out from your mouth that you did not have the previous conscious building of, if that makes sense. There are also voices that may come across. This is well documented into the ancient past. The voices that seemingly are of others, that are informing you or guiding you in a living or dream experience. And then there is the distinct form of a revelation or a great realization where you have come to understand something significant and spontaneous.
They all stand together like the good citizens, but they're not.
So in this, how would you put to words the implications of that of which you have just now realized? This, call it divine experience, this very special experience that you've come to spontaneously, has implications that are challenging to share with even your most significant other. So this voice that comes to you, how would you call it, depending on what culture you're in? If this voice comes to you, you might call it an angel, you might call it God, you might call it one of your ancestors, you might call it an ascended master, you might call it what exactly? And that's the dream language issue. That's the cultural language issue. So in the instance that this occurrence, this special occurrence comes and it informs you something about the future, and this is something that you just so happen to communicate with other people, and it gets put down in a book, and then it becomes real, all those qualifiers would be necessary to designate you with a certain special word. But if it doesn't have implications to other people, it wasn't expressed to other people, or it just didn't simply have something to do with the future specifically, then it's not designated with this special word and is in fact usually reserved for words that are less positively associated. Diviner, seer, soothsayer, so forth. But all of this, in bringing up all of this and reserving most of this conversation for the Western tradition, all of it comes from animism and shamanism. This is not something that just sprung about in the Middle East. This is something that is in the fabric of all indigenous cultures across the world and can be found thusly. The gift of foresight, as it has been a long trope in our ancestry, who it's given to or how it's brought about is understood differently depending on the culture. When it comes to the Americas, people are more readily familiar with the prophecies of the Inca, of the Maya, and of the Hopi, and each of these respective cultures would deserve their own respective spiritual studies course on this subject. But since this is a broad session on the subject, then we're going to speak broadly about the approach of these cultures given the nature of prophecy. It's worthy of pointing out that these cultures have notable historic figures that are prized for their prophetic abilities. That they were the ones that gave this prophecy and it came true, and thus they are remembered in such a way. It's almost as though they too had their own prophets. It is to say that if we've ever taken any of these prophecies seriously, then we implicitly believe in that word given from the divine, or that nameless individuals, often nameless individuals in the past, have been granted some sort of direct experience of some higher intelligence. And culturally, in indigenous communities, this is much more afforded for. This is much more a part of the grain of society, the expectations of the world. This is not something that would be treated as contentious. A new prophet wouldn't threaten the structure of a long withheld religious institution. They wouldn't have to create a whole new religious institution and name because a new prophet came along. This new prophecy would simply just add to the previous canon that had been forming through the living word. Not to mention that the people in given culture would be much more open and able to reciprocate these individual experiences with the divine. Albeit if they're small, albeit if they're big, they're all going to understand or have a better cultural understanding of that otherwise thought to be strange experience. But there's a very distinctive difference in flavor, in orientation of native prophecy versus, let's just say, Abrahamic prophecy. Because in this way, the Abrahamic revelation would be the end times. When it comes to the native prophecies in regards to the end times, it is notably more optimistic in the sense that it's not something thought to be this pitfall over the edge into heaven or oblivion. It is said to be a time of great change. This time of great change is transformative. This is not the first world. This is the fourth world, so forth. And in which case it would be moving on to a new world. These changing of timelines, so to speak. The orientation of how to interpret the inherited deep visions into the future.
We get the animal world.
The native mentality is much more predisposed towards life being like a wheel or a circle, or things having a season, things working in phases, as opposed to this more nihilistic blunder at the end all sort of approach. They are much more apt to speak about restoration and transformation than annihilation. So there might be something to be said about if these variant cultures have experienced the same prophecy, what would they take away from that prophecy given? It's another intriguing line to all this. Stepping away from that in earnest, native prophecies are layered and very considerable. The number of very distinctive things that have been prophesized and come to be true in native traditions goes, I think, overall undermentioned. In all the research that I've committed to this subject, I'm certainly not one to say that, of course, all prophecies have credo, but I think there are just enough of them to give way to a great mystery. I think it's all too common for people who have never looked into these subjects to just plainly dismiss them all outright as wishful thinking, or you get a good guess sometimes, right? But in earnest, when you go through the history of prophecy and you see what has been said and what can be intuited and what has been called ahead of time, it starts to scratch away at something very uncanny. And if this is true, then there is a huge implication about this subject that we really should address. Often when we think of the ancient past, and we are well learned in the wonders of the ancient past, we can ask things like, how did the Dogon know of the otherwise invisible to the naked eye star of Sirius B? How did the people of the Andes come to understand the unique pharmacology of the two plants that substantiate the ayahuasca
bad.
experience
Bad fucking
if they
people.
don't have access to a scientific chemistry lab? How did the deep history of the ancients come to understand
Someone's gonna be
things
bad,
like
you
the
know, right?
precession of the equinoxes without
But never that
mathematics
bad.
to bear? How did ancient cultures syncretize their knowledge and their architecture across the world without them being assumably in communication with each other? How do these wonders come to be, and why our modern mind can't comprehend how these things work? Well, a potential answer here is the epistemology of animism, or making oneself available to what is otherwise called the logos, the secret knowledge of the ancient shamans, this voice above and or outside of time, that there is something of a guiding voice that is not exclusive and is not selective of a people or a culture.
Exactly, guys.
There are certain advantages to say that we are the special ones to only receive this voice outside of time. But in practice and in study, it's shown that it's appeared, if it exists, across the world. And so if this is the case, and perhaps we might assume that those of the ancient past were much more attuned to this voice, and to receive an answer and to not have to ask why. To receive a realization of something, a gift, and we might call this the ancestors. We might call this Great Spirit or Great Mystery gave this to me, or grandmother gave this to me. But it's all the same thing. This voice outside of time, or the superconscious, however we wish to categorize it. So this is a potential
See, I make my potion
not
stronger.
only to the
I've been freaking
nature
out about
of
it.
prophecy,
Because I
but
got some
also
leaves,
the
I got
nature
some sage,
of
big time.
knowledge in the ancient world, the inexplicable knowledge of the ancient world. And if this is true, then it compromises Western epistemology. And that just simply means how we know what we know. That there could be an access to knowledge outside of our comprehension, or that we've closed ourselves off to. And this closing off is in part due to this exclusivity.
We don't need
To say
guys.
that this only
we don't have any
happens
more
to
weed.
special people, that only
It's all
special
gone,
people
see? We don't need any more today,
experience
guys.
ESP, paranormal, or these
Hungry marijuana
noetic
ghosts, sit around.
experiences. And it's also to say that if our
They're powerful,
culture
some of them.
excludes this activity, if it considers it
People just got framed for
impossible,
marijuana.
impractical, or
A lot of-
outright insane, then of course it won't be fed, it won't be grown, it won't be
They're
nurtured,
still trying to do this with
and
my
this
friends. It's
ability
ridiculous.
will
It's fucking
just
county.
atrophy
In Weed,
and atrophy
California.
and atrophy. If this is the case, then the
How
reality,
people that kill around here for
Or-
marijuana?
the ancient reality, at the very least,
Few on.
would be that this is a poetic reality, in the sense that this is a panpsychism, a ether that participates in all things, an akasha that participates in all things,
Straight let 'em do it,
whatever
then bust them later.
language
Go.
we want to use to designate it. This is
So it's like that
a
around here.
field of knowledge that is
We let 'em get away
always
with it, don't we?
available
So what,
in
we can bust legals?
anything.
Technically?
A still mind makes it available to the voices outside, or to this voice outside of time. And the clobbered, cloistered
It's not really cool.
mind of modern man would be among the last to receive such a voice. And if this voice is true, might we call it the way? Might
That's
we
their
call
tactic
it
call, to blame it on
God?
everyone
Might
else.
we call
Mostly,
it the Tao? If this
The rich
voice
and
is
powerful.
true, then it is again indeed everywhere. This ineffability is everywhere, available to anybody, that not only could come across in an involuntary sense, a sudden jolt,
I feel that too.
but also could come about
Mhm.
in an invited sense. But in this invited sense, or in this involuntary sense, the best thing to do is to not put yourself into it. is to not include yourself into that experience. I hope
2030
this makes sense. To take yourself out of it as much as you can,
I'm choosing to
and
be
to
anyone
instead
left care
become
that
a
is 2030.
vessel or a vestige of what this voice is presenting,
No, but that would be like 3.
and to honor it,
Year 3.
and to know it to be true. This is a universal experience among all religious traditions. This potentially, if put appropriately, if put in the proper ways, and if presented in that earnest communication of each culture, is the unification of all spiritual traditions. Justin Martyr said, "For the prophetic gifts are among us." And a shaman would readily say that the spirit is all about us. Why have you closed yourself off to it?
And the Logos was a teaching voice, an inner prompting, a speaking thing. And the goal of religious life, the goal of the whole and well-lived life, was to come into connection with this thing called the Logos.
Cutting into my tobacco.
The Spiritual Studies course is an effort towards free public education on matters of spirituality, religion, comparative mythology, philosophy, history, so forth, the humanities. Accordingly, this session is brought by people who are supporting this initiative towards free public education. If you appreciate this approach and you have the means to do so, consider going to the description, looking at the Buy Me Coffee link, and buying me a coffee that helps me purchase a book for future research, or looking into the membership tiers. If so, then you can benefit from exclusive sessions that are just on that page. You can benefit from commentaries on each of these sessions and update posts as they come. Again, an earnest thank you to those that have stuck with me, not just since the beginning of the course, but also in this more recent development of it, and for those that help support the course on a regular basis. This would not happen nearly as often or as much as it had without your support. So sincerely, thank you. And so with that said, stay curious and keep wondering.
I wonder who lives in Mount Chester City Park, what they know about all this shit that these ghosts are claiming over here. Have you guys seen them yet? They're all over my house. Literal ghosts, guys, not holograms. No, literal ghosts. It's not a test, guys. I say it was a test for you. It's not. It's a litmus test from God. America's failing pretty badly.
Now, what
Don't worry,
gives
so
this
every
bill
other country
its
gets
magical power?
Been gone for a few months.
To get back to Godhead, to get back to the spiritual world.
The world appears
We'll release some shit.
antagonistic to one who's seeking
Say it was awesome.
a spiritual path. The mundane world and achieving material success,
1110.
having that good job,
Start
having wealth, so forth, seems like it's always battling with this other-mindedness of seeking a sort of spiritual fulfillment, salvation, what have you. These two aspects seem to be butting heads in variant forms throughout history. And this battle is summarized by two words, Zion and Babylon. Babylon
Every detail
is
isn't
the
important,
main
but it
focus
is
of this
for the case
session.
we're building.
This
And against who?
essence of
By
the
who?
ancient
You know what I mean?
past that seemed by esoteric interpretation and by Christian interpretation to be an abomination of this world. So what happened? What changed in Babylon? What changed the trajectory of mankind there? And in addition,
and knowing you have the power to
does
off
this
people spiritually
say
sometimes, and I
about
do.
the
They
modern
want me to off the president
world?
like that, and I haven't. I know they kind of can, but it's random the way it happens. Chris Miller.
First, we should point out our grounds
Good
for
idea.
this investigation. When using the term Zion in Babylon, we're acknowledging the Rastafarian orientation towards this subject. The Rastafarians use Babylon as a term because of its biblical reference. The Jews were enslaved by Babylon. This then is an oppressive essence of the world, the empire that oppresses a people and enslaves them. In this same regard, the Rastafarians related to this because of the history of how their people came to be in Jamaica. We should notice this theme right away. This is the heart of the issue.
Authoritarian, basically totalitarian almost,
and the innate
but transparent
and
religious
that comes from power structures.
Like
Zion,
the kingdom of heaven would be.
This
it's a
understanding
kingdom.
Is the opposite. It is a re-embracing of our ancestral way of being. The promised land, then, is in accordance to what religious center we have, what that looks like, and where that is. But for our purposes, we should note that Babylon
Your politics are gay.
is not something that is purely designating the area or that specific time in history. It is this overarching abstract essence
even past gay marriage, that's gay,
that has taken over mankind since Babylon. So you might see this news story, or you might see this attribute come out of somebody, and you say, that's Babylon. In that it's the same essence, it's the same orientation, it's the same spirit that has followed us throughout history. Again, dehumanization.
For trying to dehumanize me. Well, I'm more human than you are, technically.
Exploitation and power. So if this started in Babylon, then what is it, or what happened to bring this about in the world? Babylon was not the beginning of, quote, civilization or agriculture. So it's not purely society in this way, but it is the beginning of overpopulation, empire, and bureaucracy.
Where's my soul mostly from?
Now, when I say overpopulation, I'm referring to having variant peoples from variant groups. Cultural groups bear the same banner. In this way, these variant cultures cannot all be mutually honored as they would be in their indigenous chieftains. In this way, it's no accident that we see the invention of law. If you know the history of law, then you'd see that these early codes come most notably from Hammurabi, and that is Babylon. It gets revised further and further into the future by Rome, by Magna Carta into the modern day, but these laws were always put in place because of this dehumanization and bureaucratic factor. The ancient ancestral way had no need for law. Law was enforced mutually by the becoming of people. Whereas
I hate liars. So if you lied as a career, which some of you guys have, I'm over it. Quit lying.
Break free with the new Opera GX, a browser that puts you in control with a brand new design that frees up even more pixels for personalization and an inventory of features to pop your game at every level. like GX
They're
Control
playing 5D
to help
chess.
rein
I'm
in
playing
your
8D chess. I know
resources
that.
with integrated limiters for RAM, CPU, and network. A sidebar for direct access to your favorite side quests, streams,
Whereas when you have a society, a bureaucratic society, you need to enforce these statements, quote, laws, in order to subjugate these variant peoples that can't all be honored. To run with great power means that you need it to be propped up by innumerable nameless people in all of their labors. And so the seeking of power then necessitates this subjugation. With this inclination, with this drive at the heart of this society, it's no accident that the Jews were enslaved. A much more centered or direct way to speak to this effect is asking, how many people can you genuinely know? How many people can you genuinely be connected with? At what point in a certain number of population do you completely sacrifice any feeling of community? And now these are all just nameless bodies that take up your parking spot.
Mm-hmm.
At what point do we start to think of people as objects, as annoyances, and completely dehumanize
Mostly
them?
young.
At what
That's what I
metric
experienced.
of
Most
population does that take place? In the ancient world, we had groupings. We had an orientation and a belongingness in those groups.
Dehumanization.
And so
That's what we
there,
do, huh?
just there, is where we could retain this mutual humanity. But as
As a
soon
long-term
as
project,
Babylon comes about, it enunciates this divorce from that, this distance
So we basically
from
hate
that
each other.
connection and from that belongingness, not just with our own people, but also our own religion, our own spirituality, and our own belongingness in this world. What we're calling Babylon is in fact starting with the Akkadian Empire. And what the Akkadians do is they take over the Sumerians and they take all of their culture and absorb it into their own. This is another distinction of this Babylon essence, this appropriation of other cultures into its own framework. To will for this greater amalgam of power would mean that
they can get Garfield that fast,
appropriation,
we can get George
but
that fast, right?
logistically, you have all these people to feed, you have to arm them, you have to have society function enough to manifest this power of empire, and accordingly, you will have bureaucracy. This will necessitates bureaucracy, the red tape, the amalgam of accounting records, this person owes this person this much money, the creation of debt, the creation of banking, all this is necessitated
Probably not, George.
by this
No, they probably would have just done that with their fucking
So in
frequencies
this
like they can
way,
do.
Babylon
Like when they suppress my voice.
middlemen. You no longer know the farmer where you get your food from.
And
You
then
have
just
a
tried to
merchant
frame me for going
in
into the house,
You
which
no
I never will
longer
do.
deal directly with your metallurgist.
And they know it, right?
You have a merchant in the way. Now, this isn't to say that the mechanisms of society are inherently oppressive, but it is to say that it gives way so naturally to this oppressive essence. This all, though, comes from a fundamental shift in philosophy, in the way that human beings are perceiving the world.
Certain things I
In our
won't do almost
ancient
period for a
ancestral
good reason.
peoples, we had much more validity of our
Like go in the crawl space under my house.
experience of the world. You and your experience of the world, your dreams, your visions, your
Either of them.
ceremonies, they all were your modus operandi and your people's modus operandi when it comes to relating to existence. All of these peoples as well, indigenous and onward, prioritize the spiritual relating, not just to
I know it,
yourself
guys.
and
You know,
to
they're
your
pissed right
people,
now. My cats
but also
are.
to the world.
Because they're over there
in
being tortured right now.
respecting it and
Hearts
making
and
sure
Mark.
that you're giving back what you're taking by ceremony, or at the very least by acknowledgement, But here,
They want me to
Babylon,
react.
this
So I'm
mentality
reacting.
is moving towards a much more
By telling you to say some more.
materialistic way of relating. We have X amount of mouths and we need X amount of food to feed those mouths. And the means by which that these resources are procured is irrelevant. So this is a much more nihilistic orientation, a much more corporeal orientation toward the world. You are no longer a human, you are a number to be accommodated to in an allocating sort of fashion. So here,
All right, Garfield, let's go
notice,
check the mail.
you no longer know where
there's
your
mail in that
food is coming
My dad
from.
didn't check it yet.
You no
Maybe
longer
there's my name
know
on it.
what it's comprised of. You
But I
no
kinda doubt
longer
it.
know of its ways of relating to the world. There is a separation between that product and its production. I hope that comes across. All of this serves this greater power amalgamation, this appropriating of various peoples, of various cultures in order to facilitate empire. And so then, with this context given, it's not strange at all to happen across the story of the Tower of Babel. In this, it is a display, an allegory of the hubristic nature of Babylon. Babel is an interesting word etymologically speaking. There are two main interpretations here. One would point out the Bab-ilu root, which would mean the gate of God, but perhaps more appropriately, there is the Babel, which would mean to confuse. And this survives in many fashions. When you say that you're babbling, or when a child tends to make their first sounds, they ba-ba, and so thus the babbling. This gate of God reference is intriguing in the sense that the story goes that this tower is trying to transgress on the heavens. It is trying to go further than it was ever meant to go. The story of Icarus is the same sort of mythic story. Although in mythology, it's not super common to get the story of why languages diasporaed. I think an undermentioned morale of this story is that we are given an upper limit to our fooling around. Let's just say it that way. We are given an invisible ceiling to this hubristic enterprise that we're on about. The power structures will give way to decay. The further they reach, the further they'll fall, kind of a thing. There seems to be an invisible metaphysical ceiling to our transgression into things that we ought not interfere with. If you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes, kind of a thing. And in this very similar fashion, Babylon falls. With all of the hubristic reaching and oppression that Babylon brought to the earth, it fell. But then that gave way to the Mycenaeans, that gave way to the ancient Egyptians. This idea, this way of relating, and this will to power would begin slowly to swallow the earth. So this is a proverbial torch that has been passed. When one empire falls, another one swallows it. And the concentration of that power attempts to become ever more concentrated. And in this story, the self has been sacrificed for this superficial unification. This unification is not sincere, authentic, and offers no sense of genuine human belonging. This yearning and this craving to be seen, felt, and to have agency is sacrificed for power. So the people are now rethinking themselves. The self is being reinvented, recontextualized. The negative connotations that come along with this power structure begin to blossom and blossom and blossom. You have corruption, politics, police, laws. All of this comes from the Babylon or from the babbling. And as a poetic flourish to this whole thing, all of these structures are made up. Our reality was our ancestral way of being, was a beingness with the earth. Our reverence was to things that are actually real and of this world. The earth, the crops, the sun. But now, this is all babble.
No, the whole world.
We are paying homage. We
No,
are
the big fucking
worshiping
world, not just fucking
the
planet Earth.
laws given by governments. We are worshiping the politicians or the kings that are handed down through institutions.
That's just curious, guys.
These elements are the babbling. So these mechanisms
Where do you think
that
it comes
come
from? Us?
out
No.
of this bureaucracy, of this society, of this power structure, they come out of necessity.
No,
So
it never
is
did.
there any voice of
Ever.
resistance against this?
No, it wasn't us in the
amalgam?
past. It wasn't fucking
And
Atlanteans.
that
Where'd they get it
is
from?
the role of spiritual traditions before they become religions.
Where'd we find it?
We'll
Where does it
point
come
that out
from? Where do we
here.
capture it from?
This isn't just a story of Christianity,
Who helped
but
us
I
out?
do want to use Christianity as an
What's
example.
their
I want
fucking
to
end game?
make the
Huh?
point that Christianity talks about this and has this, quote, anti-establishment mentality. If you want to look at the book of Revelations, you'll find the harlot of Babylon, and it has quotes such as having a golden cup in her hand full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication, or upon her forehead a name is written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. Or another, and unto me he said, the waters which thou saw, where the whore sit, are peoples, are multitudes, are nations and tongues.
It's a different fucking universe than
All
we
of
thought. We
this
know it now,
speaks
don't we?
to this
Some of us do.
amalgam
Some of us
that
have.
I've been attempting to illustrate. The enemy that is referred to here is the amalgam of empire. And I understand there are many ways of interpreting these lines, but it makes it clear that this is a torch that is handed off to many different kings, to multitudes, to many different nations, and to many different tongues. This desire toward wealth, this greed. And so here in the New Testament, in Matthew, Jesus shows up to the temple, and what does he do? He enters and he flings the table because he realizes that those that are in this church are not doing the sacred things. They're turning it into a den of robbers. And so here is that distinction between the spiritual quest of restoring this earth, of reaching fulfillment, not just for yourself, but for others, and what people do with the power structures of religion. The power structures of religion is the, quote, den of robbers.
Den of robbers.
And just as a very brief look into modern religion or into mega churches, this is very apparent. If we want to go to the Old Testament, then we can look to Leviticus and Exodus, as they point out the act of usury or charging interest for goods. In other words, modern day banking
Cops are professional
is
framers.
heresy, is blasphemous. And so here we have to point it out. Does the
Freemasons,
Vatican
as it, right?
participate in usury? Do churches participate in usury? And
No, these are
if
masonry
so,
to keep
is
you in a
this
box.
not a distinction between the spirituality that is genuinely sought by the earnest Christian?
Some say, I am
and
God, I am
the
God, I am God,
power
because I can kill people and get away with it.
of the church. This is a complicated subject. Where one ends and another begins is the frustrating nuance of what it means to navigate this world. When this greed becomes of us, when we cannot excuse ourselves for our participation and our perpetuation of this Babylon, you see. and when instead we should completely renounce ourselves from those mechanisms. When it comes to Christianity, there is another intriguing way to name and to look at this subject. We have used the term Babylon to designate this subject, but there's also mammon in the Bible. In the Gospel of Matthew and in the Gospel of Luke, we find these references to mammon, which in Hebrew means money or wealth. Quote, either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold on to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and mammon. So here is that line in the sand. Here is that sharp distinction that we've been speaking to. Serving the material world or serving your aspiration towards spiritual salvation, fulfillment, what have you. This word has reoccurred throughout European languages, whether it's Finnish or Slavic or German, so forth. All of them designate money or wealth with this word. Money, mammon. Later, church fathers would interpret this reference.
No, you like to say something 2,000 years ago, right?
Would be designated
when you're clearly the bad guys.
These 7 princes.
And I'm trying to bring it back so we can actually see what they said something 2,000 years ago.
Reference, modern success of being wealthy, of accumulating wealth. This is demonic if we're being strict about it. This seeking of material gain is antithetical to the spiritual quest. As Jesus says in the Bible, you cannot serve both. So in a reasonable fashion, but in a somewhat sensational way of saying, this is the God of the modern world, placated and giving lip service to at every wake and turn. This is Mammon. This is the God of the modern world. Money, the adoration, the reverence of wealth. How everybody wants it, everybody needs it, everybody should do anything that they can to go and get it. This is Babel.
Gift from my
the
father.
Structural systems that have furthered and furthered and furthered throughout time to the point that this is now global. This orientation and this seeking, this mammon could be said to be inspired by Pluto, and Pluto was the god of material wealth. So you could very readily say that the world is in fact a plutaltry, this word meaning those who worship wealth, those who worship money, those who would sacrifice lives on the altars of commerce. I have framed this all with the Christian lens, but this is not uniquely Christian. Any earnest spirituality would have something to say in this regard. We can look to Taoism. Several quotes throughout the Tao Te Ching and throughout the works of Zhuangzhou says things like, those who know when they have enough are rich, or the wise man knows that it is better to sit on the banks of a remote mountain stream than to be the emperor of the whole world. This is in pursuit of fulfillment. It is not in pursuit of the glamours of the world. In Hinduism and in Buddhism, as a broader stroke, they would refer to this greed, this seeking, as a mental poison. It is one of the poisons that set people off the path. And in this, to designate it as a poison means that it not only poisons you, but it poisons everybody. It consumes
those
your
people are probably going to kill you
and life.
I'm going to bring them back. All
this
of them.
Will for power or this lust for power is an addiction.
And show them what lust for power does.
Enough. So that will to have just a little bit more is what makes empires, is what makes Babel, is what makes the systems of oppression that would enslave continuously. And even in these variant spiritualities, for instance, in Hinduism, you can see such an uptick in worshiping or giving lip service to Lakshmi, the goddess of wealth. And why would she be given more of a podium than she has historically been given? Well, here it is. It is that materialism working its way into the spirituality and leading it towards that course into, let's just call it religion as a word of convenience, to instead get off the path of seeking your fulfillment and instead handing yourself over to materialistic pursuit. This infection of spiritual traditions, it can be its own session. It goes all around. But of course, most naturally, we can think of the prosperity gospel movements in the United States, where they'll take lines from Psalms that say things like, "Take delight in the Lord and he will give you the desires of your heart." To take this earnest seeking of that spiritual becoming and make that desire instead one of consumerism is very convenient for an American or modern Western culture. To try to marry this materialistic consumptive nature with that of a spiritual seeking is all too convenient, as though those things could be earnestly married. And so I have to ask the same thing that I've asked before in the course. The issue isn't the mechanisms by which these things come to be manifested.
Is that what they do when they try to think of something to say? What would
It
Taran
is
Miller
the very
say?
dream. It's the aim that we wish to bring to these things. You want
If in this
to
situation, what would he
feel
say?
abundant. You want
Arrest
to
me.
feel
He'd say
like
arrest
you have enough. And so you ask
If he was in
for
their situation, if he's in his situation, he'd say, "Leave me the fuck alone,
the
or take me to the hospital." But I don't really want to go anymore.
lost.
I don't trust
we
you cops.
are astray in this way. To bring it back to point, the Rastafarian aspiration is that we go to a place where we are living in harmony.
They wouldn't dare now, right?
And that cannot
Except maybe they
be
would, huh?
attained by this desire to control everything. This desire to control everything and to have more is the infection of this world. That is what has brought us to this
Yes, I will, guys. Over my
point
cat,
of
I will.
desperate inhumanity, alienation. There are
Kill everyone with the
unnamed,
disease if I can.
innumerable people in our ancient history and in our modern age who are acting against this, who would will for this to be different, for the betterment of everybody in more ways than we can imagine. A great revival, a redemption, a return, a reprieve from this. Our yearning, our will to escape,
Once
and
a COVID
this
variant or
quiet
something similar
feeling
gets that
there's
fucking bad,
something
and I'm fine at the
very
end.
wrong about all of this. We now have words for Babel. It's all babbling. The babbling that's taken over the world. It's pertinent to point out that the great beasts, the apocalyptic visions given in the variant texts of the Bible, these great beasts, these great amalgams, these great egregores,
these great beasts
are the empires.
Great amalgams.
It is this very subject. These concentrations of power, in hopes that this infection eventually means that humanity will gain a degree of immunity to it, that it will not run the culture like an infection does. The culture, the bacteria, infected. It's so easy to throw your hands up and know that you're so small in comparison to these mighty institutions, these
That's super fucked up. See, I
aggregates
didn't
that
really
are
think about
so
that. You eat
beyond
superpowers.
you. But those institutions would not exist if it wasn't for this way of thinking, this way of approaching people, this way of approaching the world, and this idea of what success means.
Thanks for doing it first, fucking
And so instead, to get to the heart of the issue, we have to think differently, not give way to the babbling. This call, this
by trying to do it for me,
drive is the unification
get it from me
of
when they
all
couldn't.
spiritual traditions. All spiritual traditions agree that
No, they don't perceive the world like I do. They're just dumb and evil.
Game,
they don't think they're swimming all the time, do they?
Idea
No, they don't.
Of success is 100%.
No one feels like I do, and I know it.
And so, if instead
my life feels
we
like
are
a video game,
desiring to rectify this quiet wrongness that
a hard
we
one.
feel, if instead we want to rectify
not really,
the horrors of
sucks.
the world that we don't wish to see,
no, it's
this
like
degree
pretend Garfield,
of
don't do anything.
Pretend
Garfield, don't
that
do
is
anything.
Inherent in this sort of orientation.
Report it to the NSA.
We need to change the thought.
That's what I have to do.
We need to follow that and honor that to the best of our abilities.
Because the cops are guilty too.
We all are speaking the different languages because when the tower fell, it all made us.
And guess what? If I go anywhere too much, they can frame me.
The unifying language is the opposite of babble.
And you try to change that, try to change those habit sets, those mindsets, and you bring down upon yourself the wrath of a terror.
So they almost got me to earlier, but they won't get me to go anywhere. Not really. Eventually, yeah, for a minute, and then I'll be back.
The Spiritual Studies course is an effort towards free public education on matters of spirituality, comparative religion, and philosophy, sometimes, along with other humanities. This session was brought to you by the various members that support this initiative on the Buy Me Coffee link in the description box below. Benefits for membership are various micro sessions, so a number of different subjects that YouTube never sees, commentaries on each of these, updates on what's coming up next, and the names, acknowledgement, the thanks, and the furtherment of this course and everything that it wishes to provide. If you appreciate this effort, if you appreciate the way that this is approached, these subjects, then consider buying me a coffee. That just simply helps this course have more sessions and to get out there further for more people to see and to experience and to benefit from. With that said, thank you for attending. Stay curious and keep wondering.
$11:44, still reporting terrorist activity. Doesn't matter if it's just hypnosis, it's still terrorist activity. Joint Terrorism Task Force, that's what I'm talking about. That's who I need.
That his time is wrong, and that he and his whole society needs changing.
Like malware, ransomware, phishing, which they've used against me, all of them. They've tried to at least. Schedule a visit to the FBI experience. It's probably pretty cool. My internship. Isn't it interesting what we think we can hide from people? Even people really close to us for a while, until they start to figure it out. And then we bring them in on it. How'd that work out? Women? Mostly, huh? Except when it wasn't a few times. Oh well. What, are you going to say you were Me Too'd as well? But it's like really offensive and loud and blah, 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 millennial bullshit. Always offending me. I feel so offended. More than just millennials. No, baby boomers feel the same way. They're like, man, I'm offended. Well, guess what? We're fucking offended. Huh, Garfield? Huh, George? Huh, Precious? Huh, God? Huh, Goddesses? All of them. The goddesses are. Primary in my book. Starts with, well, technically none of them, right? But kind of three of them. Well, the crossroads, magic, Hecate, Prothyrea, the birther, a form of Artemis, and then the night herself. And don't forget about Hera, Demeter, and Hestia, or Pallas Athena. Or Gaia. God damn it. or Rhea, or Persephone, or God, or Adam, or Poseidon. Or who they're married to, and their children, more powerful than you. Anyways, or the sun, or the moon, or the light, or the life, or the word. Don't you fear the word? Well, you don't need to listen to it, the word of the law. Don't you fear justice? Don't you fear fate? I know I don't. Not anymore. No, I fear you guys trying to manipulate fate. The best you can do. Well, how'd you do it? By being super fucking evil. Consciously, knowingly. To appear spiritually powerful people that you knew were spiritually powerful. Basically, every government in the world turns out.
To modern man's misconception of the nature of time.
Life is a dream. Reality is a dreaming. These kinds of statements
time-lapse
imply that there is
time-lapse
something
my house.
Ultimately fictitious
then time-lapse my
about
chest of the day.
The way
and you'll get all the information you need. Trust me.
Perceive
It'll
reality.
be life-changing.
It's
career
not
changing.
often discussed.
It'll change your
no matter
definition of
what
possible.
time period we are born into, no matter where in the world, we will have some fundamental assumptions as to the nature of reality packed into our cultural upbringing. And it's tricky to discuss because if I say, what is the nature of reality, and I bring this question to you, you might not wish to make a stance on that subject. However, a stance will be made on your behalf by the culture. I hope that comes across. If you're hearing this, then you very likely have greater or lesser influence coming from Western culture. And
what about
this
these nice
to
people
imply that the universe is
who pay taxes on their house, don't want to hear me yelling anymore, and are very curious as to what the fuck Taran's talking about now? That owe it, or have earned it for the truth. What's up with this mountain? Is it really that powerful? Yeah, it is. And so is my cat. Spiritually and physically, turns out. All of them. And there's birds too. You guys are hungry? I'm running low on food. Here, I got some stale bread here.
Is a causal phenomenon. Simply put, there was a Big Bang or some sort of creation, and time has been moving forward exclusively, and the world is predominantly a physical phenomenon. Little else is relevant to the actual objective observation of life. And speaking of objective, that is the other assumption latent in how we are brought up, is there is a objective phenomenon outside of our personal illusions that can be sought or that is being hidden from us, so on. Usually when people bring up the life is but a dream or this is all an illusion, they're doing one of three things. They're going to use that argument to argue for simulation theory, or they're going to use it to argue for some sort of Gnostic cosmology, or it is a very mystic Eastern frame of thinking. Instead of approaching this material with a mind for agenda, what if we just simply explored where this other type of mentality has been throughout the history of our collective cultural ancestry?
Where are most people? On a substrate somewhere in the universe. How do we typically do it? With black holes, turns out. So when I say it's difficult for them to get to us, it's difficult. When I say it's difficult for them to leave, it's difficult. When I say they can do it, they can. But there's a reason they have rules for this place. And they're kind of freaked out. By me now. And my cats, turns out. Because they're like, who the fuck are these guys, right? They kind of know. At least so I could be. If they don't get to me in time. Who we could be if they don't get to us in time. Finally. And with our greed and our selfishness, we're threatening this whole fucking project. And I'm really trying not to. I'm mostly being threatening to the rest of the humans. But they might. Because if they did it right, enough of us would survive, right? And I don't need to micromanage everything, but maybe I need to, huh? Everyone's so concerned about their pocketbooks still. They can't pay attention. They're too busy investing at work. I'm the best investment you'll ever make. Long term, possibly. Shouldn't be, though. The cat's worth millions of dollars and I know it, so I can't be separated from him legally. If all you care about is property. And property holders, which I am, technically. Sorry, too bad he's a living animal and I don't have to pay taxes on him. Yet. So as soon as they investigate my cat and investigate me medically, you're fucking screwed. But I don't trust the cops at all. And right now I'm outside of their jurisdiction, technically. What are they trying to get me for now? Animal abuse. What do they do with the cat afterwards? Sell it. Or what, put him down and then what, sell him again? Deputy? What I'm hearing is code word this, code word that. We don't really talk about shit. Code word, number. So we can justify this, justify that, and justify the other thing without really knowing what happened. And then we throw it in the news as if we got some fucking case. But half the time we don't. What's the first thing you find? You look up Taran Miller online. Why? I bet it was a setup too. No, it kind of was. No matter how it played out. No, why would I remember most of it? So I'd be weak like the rest of you? That's how he gets under control, traumatizes. You don't know it yet? But make it think we're weak and disposable. When they're more disposable than we are, turns out. And a bad enough war we figured out quickly. Who was disposable and who wasn't. You guys know it yet? How powerful some countries are? Good and bad, some of them? And you'd be fucking surprised what certain people can get through when we won't. Shut up, huh? Going over there, staying, duck them out. So I get some free food again. Love you, son. I love you totally and completely, and I trust you too. Well. No, I'm figuring all of them out. Whether some of them figured out themselves. But I'm completely surrounded by people just like you, trying to make a buck off me.
Life is but a dream, mind. And if one gives oneself over to this level of investigation, they'll see that this has been hidden in plain sight all along. But if we're dealing with a fundamental question, a fundamental change of perspective, then we have to be
The missiles don't hit
prepared
me.
to deal
First
with
one.
the depths and a degree of paradox and discoursiveness that comes along with it.
Need the
And
bullets.
coincidentally, the depths is where we begin. This is the oceanic feeling, as it's coined in the psychological tradition. The oceanic feeling traditionally was understood as a feeling of unity with the world around you. This is a meditative state, let's just say, where you dissolve as an idea, the ego dissolves as an idea, and you see the happening
I believe
of
it's
the
a step.
world all about you.
It seems
And
like I'm missing a
this-
step, and sometimes I kind of do. About as often as Garfield disappears now, which is almost never. Believe it or not, it's about the best I can do at the moment.
This is a perception of eternity. What all this is on about outside of our egoic frame of reference. The best way to reduce this state of being into a word is to say bliss. But as time has gone on, this oceanic feeling has had a colloquial definition as well. This is the
It's a good boy. He's not pooping much, which is concerning.
Is your marketing tech stack stuck in the past?
Indeed it is.
He doesn't feel it. He doesn't.
Upgrade to Apps Flyer, the world's leading MMP, with the most innovative solutions.
And we're gonna try and convert it
ahead of
into
the
just
curve.
making him bigger, mostly.
This is the existential feeling, the angst, the dread, the uncertainty as it swallows you. This is likened to building a sandcastle on the shore and thinking of this sandcastle as permanent, as an identity, as objective, factual, and unquestionable bedrock in this world. And surely, this ocean will rise, the tide will come and wash it all away.
It doesn't seem very. He seems very
This unknown,
which is an issue.
this uncertainty, this power outside of
Me it is.
yourself that
Him
threatens
not so
to
much, but me it is.
consume your cute little world is also wrapped up
Hey,
in
don't you
this
dare.
oceanic feeling. In both cases,
Check
it
him out.
implies a tremendous power outside
Medically.
of yourself. It's quite on the nose to call this oceanic or for it to be a nod to the waters, because if we look to mythology instead and we go all the way back to Sumeria and Mesopotamia, this is the very beginning of the universe. And early on in the study, you find it confusing because on one hand, the Abzu seems to be a character. But then, as you keep going, it starts to unravel and display that it's more of a state of being. The gods partake in the Abzu to ensure their own immortality, their own eternity.
Some of the founding fathers. You know what I mean? Not like we are today, though. And we're so fucked up today because we act like we're better, and we're not even close. And we know way more. And we're like, still pick on these people, the ones that are actually special.
Oceanic feeling is the sensation.
Which turns out we kind of did back then.
Everything outside of yourself going on, then it has a sense of
No, we kind of knew it.
eternity.
No, the slaves and the natives. They scared the shit out of us for a reason. And now we win mostly through Christianity, I believe, at the end of the day. It's the only thing that really makes sense if you think about it.
This deep, perhaps even meditative, trance-like state that can come about us where we
A lot of us wouldn't be Christians
dissolve
anymore.
the idea of
But our
self,
society
the
what?
ultimate seeking of most of Eastern philosophy. So, an an early ceremony for
Became a lot worse than we thought it would, too.
Mesopotamians was a water
considerably worse.
purification. This holy water to
No, we're often
cleanse
mortified, a
oneself
little bit.
of the burdens of day-to-day life and to re-embrace that type of mind.
Were we wise? Yeah, we were.
Absu.
That's why some, maybe not.
Here. Absolutely encompassing state of mind. Absolutely compromising.
See, I understand Thomas Hobbes now, too. Even though, even if, he was racist as well.
Everything else. So, to the ancients, the ultimate
Leviathan.
primordial state is this meditative state of being, of tremendous potentiation. Not to mention the fact that you are born, you as an extension of the world, you having your own world in your own head, was born via water, in the waters. This trope of the beginning being water is nigh universal. For the Egyptians, this was the waters of noon.
How many different organizations have me as a pawn in one of their, like, King of the World games? I should be the king piece. If I'm literally
For the
king
Egyptians,
of the world,
this was the
by your
waters of
metrics.
noon. And in the Bible, you see that God's face shone on the waters of the deep in Genesis. But in any case, there's always something else in these waters. There's always something that is perceived as very threatening.
Check out my birthday, check out where I live,
and
have an
this
open mind,
tends to
and
be
investigate it.
a great Leviathan, or for the Abzu, it was Tiamat, so forth. This is the chaos conf trope in comparative mythology. This great unknown, great uncertainty, chaotic nature that comes along with the waters. So on one hand, we had that state of bliss definition given, which is the Abzu mentioned. And then there is the other side of the oceanic definition, that threatening existential side of it. And this, to the Mesopotamians, was called Tiamat, or became called Tiamat. In the Bible, this is called Leviathan. For the Egyptians, this is Apophis. For the Canaanites, this is called Loton, so on. But we're going to come to this later. For now, we're going to look more narrowly at specific traditions across the world. And we begin with the Aboriginals of Australia. And as should always be prefaced, the Aboriginals are many. Their creation stories are many. But there are some more approaching universal motifs that are pertinent to our investigation in this session. And that, of course, is dream time. Now, this concept has had a lot of flack for being ill-suited. That the translations of this life philosophy, this approach, this way of thinking, are inadequate. And that has everything to do with the difference of ontology, philosophy, phenomenology, all these things between the animistic and native cultures of the world.
I will go to church.
And
if I get there on Sunday,
culture.
I will go to church.
This is especially apparent when you see the different translations for the term. Not just dream time, but also the dreaming and the ancestral past and every when. In these many translations of the term, there is a considerable confusion in regards to an understanding of time.
In a stroller.
Most often,
Holy
it's
Church.
most convenient for the Westerner to consider this as more of a telling of the ancient past.
By Sunday, the way
how
Soul's
the
doing.
dreaming ancestors created the world and brought about everything that we see
Hold
today,
on, Ray.
such as seen in different
Lighten it up outside a
geological
little bit.
features throughout
Letting the water
Australia,
flow.
how the dreaming
Over the ice.
ancestors made that so. However, instead of reducing it into a way that's more palpable, more interpretable to the West,
Like we did in the beginning,
one might
before there was
consider
light.
instead the nature of time as being ever effective and ever present. That which did happen informs the future, and that which is happening encompasses both the past, present, and future. At the very least, as an experimentation of thought, instead of thinking of time as an arrow ceaselessly moving forward in time, think of it more as a web interconnecting with the past, the future, always, always, always simultaneous. What if the past isn't fully completed? What if our dreaming self is continuously completing the past of which ensures the present? This way of making it more amorphous is at the very least a good reductive introduction to this more ancestral way of thinking about what is going on here. What time is it? What time are we in?
Kind of does, huh?
To speak more straightforward, these Dreamtime stories are said to be a place where every person lives forever.
Now what?
Perhaps this is a Akashic Records kind of analogy.
They think
These dreaming ancestors of the dream time brought the world to be. From an amorphous landscape. All distinction and all the laws that govern this continuous distinction were dictated in that era. The dreaming ancestors are immortal and eternal because this continues and will continue in this way. Several of these mythic beings at that time have been turned into sacred places or sacred aspects. So, to speak very straightforward, their influence, their presence is not something relegated to the past. So we use the term dreaming, and that's because the term dreaming for us invites in a proper liminality. When we are dreaming, time doesn't obey as we believe time obeys. Dimensionality doesn't obey in the way that we think physical existence is objectively comprised. In this way, to say dreaming is the closest thing that we have to hinting at this other ontology, this other phenomenology that is interpreting the world hopefully in a different manner.
Going crazy.
In another sense, dreaming can be thought of as a term for consciousness or the collective experience of an individual. Not just waking life, but also what we call the dreaming life. So with all of that together, not distinguishing existence as waking life is only real and dreaming
Some of them have
life
technology
isn't
they
real.
shouldn't have. They got it from their daddy or
All
something.
of it
That's what I heard.
is real. And in that
Imagine never paying for groceries again. From now to March 31st, every time you shop and save using the Grocery Outlet app, you get a chance to win free groceries for life. You can see all the incredible
Trust
deals
me,
we
my
have in
captives.
stock, like fresh produce, premium meats, and all your
I've
favorite
been
brands. Don't wait. Shop with the app today at your neighborhood grocery outlet for your chance to be one of the 2 winners who will receive $500 monthly for 40 years. No purchase necessary. Restrictions apply. Many will enter. Few will win. See groceryoutlet.com for details.
Grocery outlet,
Unfortunately,
market.
for all the spirits, my amount of drugs I can do is very limited now.
And in that
Just
way,
in case.
too, other beings, the other animals that comprise our environment are also dreaming the world as we
But I don't really need
are
to.
dreaming the world.
No, we enjoy just
So
kicking back
this isn't
and
just
smoking
some
and drinking.
nod to
Tea,
a whole
mostly.
different framework. It's also a nod to
But alcohol
our
would have been fine,
individual
Dad.
psyches, our individual consciousness as we experience it in existence. So it's worthy to note that we are all,
In this situation,
whether plant,
the prophet
whether
allowed
animal, whether interpretably an inanimate object, this is all collectively and simultaneously dreaming.
No, Mo's that powerful, guys.
But how did we get this dream? How did we get this way of experiencing existence? Not just in our dreams, but also in our waking life.
No, he's pissed off. He's pissed off them too. He's like, Taran has a good idea.
Of phenomena. And that is the dreaming era. The dreaming era informs our present dreaming. I hope I've done this subject.
No, I just think that some of their ideas are a little too patriarchal.
Of course, as an outsider,
and not transparent enough technically, but they should be.
There's only so much I can do. This overall philosophy,
but I still think, like little girls should be wearing a hijab.
This session so far,
shouldn't they?
Is not wholesale unique.
Should they not? Maybe not all the time, but a lot of the time, I know they should.
This is something that is uniform
have their face covered.
Animistic cultures. This way of thinking
people are weird. Turns out,
nodded to.
I didn't know they were that weird.
Theosophy.
No, I couldn't believe it personally. When I found out people were that fucking creepy, I was like, yeah.
There is this idea of beingness or existence or density, physicality, slowly manifesting in the world. That there were other lesser density states of being that became of this world.
Full-grown women, I could give a fuck. Walk around naked. Men too.
And then
but children, no way.
Physical bodies were manifested. Quite strange, but look into it if you're curious. But more pertinently speaking, amongst Native American
men more so than women.
You'll notice
technically
trope that animals and
because there's more to cover.
Spirits, so forth, waited.
Who cares about breasts? I don't really.
They were not born and then they were. The world was waiting for it to become in a certain state.
No, mothers should put a breastfeed right there.
Almost metaphysical.
With their hijab on and it not really bothering.
Innate beingness
no, I understand
of the animals, of the
how
plants,
precious the face can be.
Could come to be. Could be bountiful on the earth. And so in this way there was
that's what we should protect mostly our
other face. State of being, a liminal state of being that awaited for the world to arise. Suffice it to say that the animals or you or the collective us are eternal in design or will come to be in one form or another. It's
honestly
just a matter of the world aligning in such a way that allows this full manifestation to exercise itself. Like with the Aboriginals, the Native Americans believe that the ancestors were both comprised of animal and human. It gets hard to distinguish in these stories when animal and when human. And that is intentional.
Well, I think some people walk around with a turban on.
To point out another thing about
they're protecting themselves, and they know it.
Indoctrination. The distinctions between various forms of being.
Well, I think some people wear beards.
The Westerner is convinced.
Similar reason, actually. Turns out.
Humanness.
And magic powers.
Historically, the belief that humans were superior.
Women have magic hair mostly.
Further
men can too, but we are blessed with facial hair.
Anything else, and thus entitled to much more than anything else, is obvious in why it holds
because it's a woman's world.
Loyalty. But instead,
turns out the goddesses are really powerful
as a carousel of beingness. The
we're within one, basically,
plant, or the plant as person, or the person as sun.
I call her night.
Person as lake, so on. The distinction between you and the other living things around you is not as sharply distinct as you might have been raised to believe. You can so easily project yourself into the being of other beings to, quote, imagine what it would be like to be the honey badger or to be the deer in the field, and to look back at yourself in those eyes. This moving of the dreaming into other dreamings.
I wish I did.
But let's focus a little bit more on the dreaming philosophy. Dreams are a means between the spiritual realm and the, quote, living realm. This is
so what is it? Are you a child of light? Or an orphan of the
Often,
night.
dreams were used to make decisions or to receive omens. This goes deep into our ancestral past and isn't distinct in animistic cultures.
That should tell you where you're at.
When this class began in Mesopotamia, this was one of the central means to discuss with the divine, to receive the words from the divine. If we even just look to the Bible, we could look to the visions of Ezekiel or the visions of Daniel. This is in the fabric of every single religious tradition. So your dreaming is very important and connects you to the spirits or connects you to the influences that are otherwise viewed to be inaccessible or outside of you. This spirit world that is communicating with you in this frame of thinking is always in tandem and simultaneous with this world.
That pisses you off because you want to destroy her
up
too.
in the heavens, is not far away. She's
She's 8.
ever present and always here. But this is
What
the
about my
way
daughter?
it can
She's not even a year old yet.
And also, it is believed in numerous animistic cultures that we used to be able to speak with the animals. This relationship was tarnished. And now the only way that we can speak with them is through the dreams. So in this way, dreams are viewed as the last vestige, or one of the last vestiges, for communication with reality.
You know they said, oh, want some of that pig?
The greater world. So in these cultures that acknowledge the power of the dream, your dream could be your dream, your own personal omen.
That's
or
what they said.
It could be a dream for the people.
Talking about the baby.
An omen for the people of which you are a conduit of it. And here's where the Jungians can come in and play. This is the personal.
See, it wasn't true, but it's been true now. We wouldn't believe.
Or what is called the personal unconscious and the collective unconscious. If something is speaking to us and we are listening to that speaking, then it is informing us as to the future. It is informing us with knowledge from the past, knowledge from the present, and knowledge of the future, and is guiding our becoming or guiding our continuous transition and development through the world and through the dream. If you want to Christianize this, this is the Logos. This is the Holy Ghost, the thing that speaks.
Are you a minority?
Through time. This previously mentioned plurality or interconnectedness of
Hispanic,
time,
right?
Can be found.
And you've worked with me legally in any way. You're on
Spider
the list.
The Hopi, or in the Lakota story of Iktomi being the spider, or taking the form of a spider and gifting humanity with the dream catcher.
Not my list, personally. No, you're on the list I'm trying to save.
In this story of Iktomi gifting the dream catcher.
You're important to me, technically.
There are a number of dreams received by mankind. There are many forces that are ever present. The good forces, or the forces,
and not everyone in law enforcement is all that bad.
Some
of them are, turns out,
lead to harmony with nature. The wonderful teachings and the beauty that comes from harmony with nature. But the bad dreams or the evil dreams are also always present, and thus the center hole for the dreams to pass through. There are some different interpretations of this story, but nonetheless, importance is put on what dream is selected or which ideas are best given growth, listened to, and that a number of them need to continuously be left astray, be given away, ignored, dismissed,
completely surrounded,
understood as not something to roll with.
Almost.
And the allegory,
after a while, it turns out,
symbolism of the web is very poignant. A number of
that's why I don't do anything.
Physicists
I'm always on camera. Never leave my house.
Consciousness is gained from quantum entanglement.
It is.
Not to mention quantum's own proclivity for spooky action at a distance or
at a long distance. Sometimes you'd be surprised they can do.
But to get back onto the point a bit, the general native philosophy
scratcher, huh?
when it comes to the nature of dreaming
Little
is
blooded,
that
huh?
it
Just a little
ought
bit, not
to
too bad,
be
actually.
treated, at the very least, as important as the waking life. Its existence has as much fundamental credo as the waking life. The dreaming self is getting informed by its ancestors, by our ancestors. Wisdom comes through the dreaming experience. So often we can become lost in the confusion and the miasma of this mundane, profane existence. This is something that speaks to us from outside of that existence. That helps inform us as to where to go. This great spirit giving us ideas of where to lead this or how to continue on the way. This isn't distinct to the Native Americans.
It's a lot of money to these
obvious already, since we've already mentioned the Aboriginal philosophy. But you can also see this with the Sami. There's a number of scholarly works that have coined various terms in order to try to understand the distinction between Western and Sami philosophy. And one of these is the pluriverse. So as opposed to a universe, again implying one verse, by the way, etymologically, that just means the word given from God. It's a nod to Christianity, the one verse, universe. Instead, the pluriverse, in that it is many. There are many worlds continuously intersecting on one another. My world, your world, Badger's world, the tree's world, the sky's world. All of these worlds are continuously, simultaneously intersecting, as opposed to believing that it's all one objective reality. This fantastical thing that no one person seems to ever fully be able to distill.
Be that fast, Garfield, I know it.
And the only time a, quote, objective world can be ascertained is when we put our worlds together, when we put our drives and our initiatives and listen to that same dream, then something objective can come about, or then we can share in the mutuality of our own worlds.
And you failed.
With this said, it seems very obvious that the world has ended.
Because I tried to get my cat again just now, but he went to the wrong room and I got him back instantly.
We are inclined to believe that the world means physical, manifestation, density, all of the material phenomena of the world. No. The world is our concept of it, is a consciousness of it, is a spirit of the times. That world ends like our world ends in death. But that world is further coming. So in one way, the world never ends. And in another, it is continuously ending. When you wake up from a dream, you wake up into a dream. It keeps going. It keeps continuing. The frame, the dimension, the perspective continuously shifts.
Did you, dogs?
Numerous, multitudinous other frames.
Really want to get that kid for me?
Go about
this kid
with.
right here, the cat.
But let's go.
That you're making, you know, as a kid, right?
Because this dreaming philosophy hasn't been expelled
like you know, my child
from religious traditions since animism. It can be found intermixed throughout religious traditions across
that I'm not
the world.
complete without him, really.
And of course,
so of course, they're trying everything to separate us right now.
Hinduism has a great bastion of this philosophy innate. To simply just point out that our senses are limited.
Yeah, they've said everything else. No, everything else. They're operative.
We tend to only want to see what we want to see. And even with our senses being fully
by capturing us and testing us,
the reach of those
when they know we're
senses
fucking different
is so limited compared to the vastness of this world and the vastness of the greater cosmos. So yogis and Hindu bodhisattvas are quick to point out how, for instance, science would say that the chair isn't completely still. It's in fact higher density vibrating molecules that make it appear as though it's solid only relative to our own vibratory density. So in this way, we say the chair is still, yet in truth,
Cannibalism.
By objective observation,
No, it's rampant.
objective in quotes, it is not still at
Even
all.
in the military, turns out.
Yet,
Even
we
still.
would say very clearly it is. This displays the concept of Maya as it is in Hinduism. This is the illusion. The illusion is what we believe, what we think is real based on our senses of the world, is not in fact what is going on here. We're dreaming. This is illusion. The way that we perceive the world, the way that we talk about it, and all of the enterprise, as we are ever so close to discovering all the secret of secrets of the universe, is all silly stuff. Would we be so confident to say that the sky is objectively blue?
I would.
If, in fact, we could observe that it just appears so based off of our perception. Does it appear blue to all living things?
Pretty much.
This level of slipperiness, this level of uncertainty is the waters.
The waters, exactly.
The waters,
the blue sky
that we have always inhabited. Ideally, in Hinduism, Maya is not inherently evil. This illusion of the world is not inherently evil.
No, it's not.
But it has
not
to
evil
be
at all.
understood for what it is.
Can feel like it.
An illusion, or a projection, or
almost,
a
but not
very
really.
Distinctive way of framing the world. But moksha, or reaching enlightenment, or seeking enlightenment, is seeking to divorce that dreaming of the world in seeking reality. Thus, the spiritual quest to release yourself from
after doing a job like this, you don't realize other people
that
are people
this
too.
Illusion comes from the ego, that it comes
I
from
do still.
the identifying with self.
That's why I don't overwhelm them with
dismiss
shit. I
that
try not to.
identity, we dismiss the Maya of the world, and instead we pay attention to the underlying patterns, fundamental laws of it all. If we look further east, we see this concept of the Taiji, or the ultimate, or the supreme ultimate, a kind of philosophical idea, a cosmological state that is inherent in the universe and in existence. This is the interaction between the opposing forces of yin and yang. It is in all directions, singular and simultaneous. Describing it leads to a number of paradoxes. It has no action, it has no form. It can't be apprehended, and it can't be seen. It was there before there was heaven and earth, and it has eternally existed. It is in the great above, yet it is not solely above, and it is in the great deep, yet it is not solely the deep.
But I don't. Depends on their intention.
This is ether kind of stuff. The prima materia, the fabric of it all. It is older than the ancients, yet it is forever young. All manner of paradox latent in the description of this ultimate reality, this thing underneath the illusion of reality. A classic, more embodied example of this can be found in Taoism.
How many times I gotta fail?
The story goes that Zhuangzhou fell asleep, and it says, "Once upon a time, I, Zhuangzi, dreamt I was a butterfly, fluttering hither and thither, to all intents and purposes was a butterfly. I was conscious only of following
it's all in the waters now.
The
whole fucking case.
And suddenly I awakened, and there I was, myself again.
Basically,
and now I do not know whether I was a man.
The only case I care about, what do you guys care about? A bunch of bullshit?
Or whether I am now a butterfly.
A bunch of young people trying to get in the system right away, huh?
A man. This is perfectly illustrative of all that has been attemptedly expressed throughout this session.
So what? You can change my community?
Plurality
How?
of dreaming.
It's our community.
Or of consciousness.
Where we're from. Where are you from?
How
Hell,
easily
seemingly.
we could project into each other. Why would one say that they are simply who they are right now? Is consciousness something that is locked away soulfully in one body? Is consciousness something that in fact moves across the world, across bodies, into many states of being? The key tenet, the key to understanding Taoism, just as an example, is the phenomena of change. Change is everything. Change is the only thing that doesn't change.
Why do I look back so much now?
The immortality of the consciousness is displayed by its ability to ever engage with this change. If you're this thing now, you can become another thing later. If you go to sleep tonight, who knows where you'll dream? The moving of the consciousness throughout various bodies is all that's been ever going on.
Most of the older ones.
This is the mentality.
Even worse, huh?
The immortality of the Azu, of the waters, the belongingness amidst all of the phenomena of the world, this foreverness, is always available and perceivable to those that can enter that state, that are willing to enter that state. What this famous quote wants to solicit, what it wants to ask is there a distinction between the butterfly and Zhuangzhou? Is there truly a distinction between the two of them? And if there isn't, this world is much more fluid than we might have otherwise conceived. This dreaming philosophy is not solely found in animistic traditions, as noted. We see how it's spoken to Hinduism, we've seen how it's spoken to Taoism. If you look to the ancient philosophers of Greeks, all the way back to the pre-Socratics, then Anaximander quotes the apeiron, that thing of which all things come from, and that thing of which all things return to. That apeiron is beyond limit. You could also look to Ein Sof in the Kabbalistic tradition, that which was before the creation of the Sephirot, before the vessels of light had concretized. It's just one way of putting it. What is that infinity prior to creation? What is this state of being underneath the appearance of the world? So with all of this said, it's not that there is the world, distinct, objective. It is that it is worlding, and we are little worldlings. It is perhaps not nearly as solid as we might will for it to be. The fear of embracing this more plural, this more multitudinous, amorphous way of conceiving the world is the fear of the unknown, and the fear of uncertainty, and the fear of retaining the self, retaining the ego, retaining the cute little sandcastle on the shores of the ocean. And so, in this life is but a dream idea, one might say, wake up. Well, what is that wake that you are waking up in or on the shores of? That's the waters. That's the wake. You came back from the waters. If you attend a funeral, there is a wake, meaning that that person has been allowed to move on, and now they wake up on the shores of the waters. Our culture informs our dreaming. Our culture informs our very framing of the infinity, of expansive potentiation that is existence. And on one hand, you can believe anything, as all peoples have across the world and across history. The imagination is endless, boundless, and liberated. Yet at the same time, there is this way, this collective unconscious, this will of the ancestors, this other voice speaking through time that seems to be guiding people toward a sustainable or more true dream. That seems to be something corroborated throughout these various traditions.
So when we stress
I haven't brought it up for a long time in the course, but when I asked the shaman, what's wrong with the world? What's wrong with this Western world?
The wind's blowing, letting me know that I'm right and you're wrong.
And I will live if you won't. Spirit. And so this is a kind of call to receive
no matter what I do,
voice, to open oneself back.
We know that too. That's why we keep it very restricted.
Voice. We all come from the animistic traditions. We all have that in our ancestry. We have to redream the dream, dismiss the nightmare. Wake up. Wake up.
What I do know is some of you are just that desperate. You do it in broad daylight, in front of everybody, just see what they do.
Spiritual Studies course is an initiative towards free public education on matters of spirituality, religion, and
that's what I know.
Mythology. If you enjoyed this session, then support for the course goes a long way. You can look to the Buy Me Coffee link in the description box below. If you want to give a one-time donation to help me buy a book,